Don't comment. नहीं है, ले लो ना एक्सेस। थोड़ा जल्दी लो, जाओ यार। Ow.
It's 15 hours.
Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome to this very, very special occasion whereby we would be receiving some of the mesmerizing presentations from some of the young diplomats, aspiring diplomats, and some of the development catalysts today. Students ranging from class 6 to 12th, they would be making their presentations on this Good Governance Day. And the theme onto which this battery of young diplomats has been working for the past almost 2 months on the UN Day, which is October 24th, when we had the orientation session, and we were really impressed by the kind of questions and asks they all posed over there. And so we all said that the United Nations, we all know the nation states concept, but the United Nations, which is a body of around 190 plus nation states across the globe, and it has been championing some 17 sustainable development goals all through. And it all started as Millennium Development Goals, and it was restructured or re-engineered or re-christened. And Merry Christmas to you all, because today the entire world is celebrating the huge, I would say the huge population across the world is celebrating the birth anniversary of Jesus Christ. And also in the Indian context, it is the birth anniversary of two of our big savants, Mahamana Madan Mohan Malviya ji, who was known as the royal beggar. He was quite a savant in the entire freedom struggle, but he begged across the country for establishing the Banaras Hindu University. So that was his commitment and contribution, that he chose this title of being a royal beggar. And today also happens to be the birth anniversary of one of our beloved Prime Ministers, Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. His oratory and his speech in this August Assembly of United Nations, and that was in Hindi, our national language. It is still cherished all across. Yes, later in the day, Sushma Swaraj also spoke in Hindi, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi at times tries to speak that way. So two Indian savants, and also the global festival of Christmas to you all. So what we threw the challenge to all of you, just for the sake of the larger audience, we are streaming on YouTube. We have given you the links, and if you want, you can share it in your networks so that your friends can see you presenting on this August forum. So today is also commemorated in India as the Good Governance Day. And good governance was a concept which was brought about by Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. And we felt that the United Nations, हमारे यहाँ एक बात कहते हैं, यथा पिंडे तथा ब्रह्मांडे. So the reverse of it all is also true. What is globally true has to be locally true as well. So that's where we said that the global goals of United Nations, let us interpret them, let us understand them, and let us analyze them in the very, very Indian context. So what we said, that our Niti Ayog, the National Institute for Transforming India, the Niti Ayog, that's the acronym of it all, it came up with a SDG India Index. And while the United Nations, it rates the various nation states, the Niti Ayog came up with a kind of a rating ranking framework of its own. And it tried to put up around all the 17 global goals, these developmental goals. And it kind of created a matrix for all of us. So what we said is that to our participants in this contest, this is the Model United Nations 2021, where we said that pick up one goal, one SDG, and try to understand and try to make a presentation, try to make a power-packed presentation on the theme as how we can accelerate this very developmental goal in our own context. So we also said that pick up a reference state of yours, whatsoever of your liking. We just said pick up a state where you are emotionally connected, and then you can make a kind of a comparison. You can make a presentation, because when we present something, this shows that we understand it in some fashion or the other. So today we will start off these presentations, and the whole focus of these presentations, the rating framework of yours, because yes, we hope that you would be making some real good, I would say, outcome. But awareness, appreciation, and application are the three frontiers onto which the jury, which is very silently over there, and including myself, we will be rating you, putting our value judgments, though it is not any kind of a discouragement or encouragement. I would say that very neutrally, we will try to also put up some of the remarks what we will be getting out there. So now I am opening up the, I would say, the sharing part of it all to you all, so that one-on-one, when we will be call your roll call, you can, just a moment, you can come over, open up your presentations, because, and then we will also check upon your presentation skills to some extent or the other. So just a moment, let me make the sharing available to you all. So maybe I would like to invite the man of the match, one of the very inspirational faculty members, faculty coordinators who really inspired his students to participate in this contest, Sir Omkar Pimple from Podar International School, Mumbai, because he has been very enthusiastically, I would say, mentoring you all to be a part of this Model United Nations. So maybe Omkar sir, a bit of your opening words before we start formally the presentation rounds.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for inviting us over here. I look forward to this event, and I wish all the participants all the best. Looking forward to see their expressions, opinions as upcoming diplomats or change makers of this society. And thank you for giving this opportunity to all the students across. Thank you so much, sir.
Do we have some of the parents as well in today's presentation? Friends? Any of your parents are there?
Yeah, my mom is there.
Okay, Riansh's mom. Okay. Perfect. Anyone else? Okay. So Omkar sir, as an additional member of the jury, we would be seeking your expert inputs as well, because at Rethink India examination and evaluation, we feel that the trainer and the tutor who has really mentored his or her students should get a chance even in an external context. So maybe a bit of a comment if you would like in. So because you know them much more, because you have known them so jury is a separate part, but as a part of the process, we would factor in to your assessments as well. So we will be taking that feedback to you. You can direct message also to us if you don't want to be so vocal, but we will try to call you over and over again. So let's start, friends, and let me just give you a overall matrix as to what kind of a participation we kind of received. So gender equality has somehow received the highest number of participants. We have 4 participants who want and who have chosen, I would say, gender equality as one of their presentation topic. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. So gender equality, we have Mihika Srinath, Lavanya Tripathi, Jia Shah, and Dhwani Khanwalkar. So gender equality remains quite a very important facet of, I would say, good governance, because yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devata. And probably this gender equality frontier needs to be amended a bit as gender equity, because there are biological issues. So equality has to be moved towards equity, and that's where personalized learning comes into place. That is a small Rethink India view, which our president, Dr. Survi Vash, also propounds very strongly. She just wanted to be in this evaluation. She is observing it, but she has a terrific OPD on this Good Governance Day. She's treating patients out here. So let's start off today's presentations with gender equality. So I would like to invite the youngest of the lot. We have got out of these 4 young learners, young diplomats who have chosen to present on gender equality. I think I have Mihika, who is the youngest, who comes from grade 7th. So Mihika Shrikant, let's listen to her as to what she has to talk on the sustainable development goal of gender equality. Over to Mihika. Do we have Mihika? Okay, fair enough. Mihika, if you are there, just come in. So we move on to the next participant, Jia Shah, who is again a student of class 7th. So Jia, you're most welcome.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So do you have the sharing permissions?
Let me check.
Okay.
No.
You should be having, yeah.
No.
No, you have.
Okay.
Please try again. Try again.
Okay. Yeah. Let me see. Yes. Could you see my screen?
Yeah, just start off. We can see that. Yeah. Yes, we can see.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is me,
Hi.
Jia. I'll be speaking about gender equality goal 5. Now, gender equality is a human fight, not a female fight. It's time we all see gender as a spectrum instead of 2 sets of opposing beats, by Emma Watson. These somewhere lead to gender equality. Now, gender
A
equality is
bit
one of
slow, Jia, a bit slow. Let's go. We have all the time of the world. We want to hear you this entire evening. So slowly, because you're the first presenter, lovely presentation. Go a bit slow. That's it.
Gender equality is one of the severe issues in our current modern society. It refers to the equality of responsibilities, rights, and opportunities for females and males. Women, as well as girls, still fall behind the men and boys of fundamental aspects globally. It is essential to maintain gender equality as we.
Can we have your camera on as well?
Okay,
Yeah, that would be important because we want to see you making the presentations, right?
just a second. So can I on it in a while because right now I can't see the Zoom thing.
Pardon?
I can't see the Zoom thing right now.
Zoom
So-
thing. Acha,
Okay, yeah. Can you see
let
me
me
now?
ask you. Yeah.
Can you see me now?
Yes. Yeah. Lovely.
Okay.
Please.
So, yes, it is essential to maintain gender equality for global development as well. Till now, women are still incapable of contributing effectively, and in fact, they don't recognize their complete potential. Now, what is gender equality? Ending all discrimination against women and girls is a basic human right and is prerequisite for sustainable development. Goal 5 calls for ending all forms of violence, trafficking, and sexual exploitation of women and girls. Recognizing and valuing unpaid care and domestic work is a key component of this goal, with emphasis on the importance of full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision making in political, economic, and public life for women. Now, case study, I've taken the state Maharashtra, so I'll just give you a brief about it. Maharashtra is a state in the western and central peninsula region of India, occupying a substantial portion of Deccan Plateau. Maharashtra is the second most populous state in India, first being Uttar Pradesh. Maharashtra is divided into 6 divisions and 36 districts.
Please go on. Lovely. Just go a bit slow and emphasize upon the keywords here. You are the youngest presenter out here. Uh, you are doing a massive job, fabulous one. Go a bit slow, no hurry, don't worry. Yeah.
Maharashtra is divided into 6 divisions and 36 districts.
And don't try to read this slide. I would like to request you. Don't try to read it verbatim. Try to present it in your own words. Just glance it through because that will give you the emphasis of it all. Yeah.
Sir, actually, I've made it in my own words. So,
No, perfect, perfect. But what happens when we read it out? It is not a news reading session, right? So try to bring a kind of a personalization for the audience because it gets monotonous when we start reading it across. So words are fine. Try it as at your level best. That's it.
Okay, sir. So Maharashtra is divided into 6 divisions and 36 districts, with the state capital being Mumbai. Also, it's the most populous urban area, and Nagpur it serves as the winter capital.
Mhm.
Now, gender equality indicator list, Maharashtra. We have around 8 to 9 indicators, but I'll focus on 5 of them. So, I have the year. In 2018, the sex ratio at birth is 876 girls, which is to 1,000 boys.
Mhm.
Then in 2019, we have increased to 881 girls is to 1,000, which is to 1,000 boys. In 2020, we have 880 girls to 1,000 boys. The target is 954. Then rate of crime against women, target is supposed to be 0. In 2018, I couldn't find the matter, but in 2019, it was 55% and 55, and in 2020, it was 63.1%. Then ratio of female to male ratio of average wages or salaries received per day by regular wage or salaried employees of age 15 to 59 for both rural and urban. The target is one, so male is supposed to get equal and women is supposed to get equal. So in 2018 we have 0.77%, in 2019 we have 0.81%, and in 2020 we have 0.75%.
Can I come in a bit, Zia? Can you explain why from 0.77 it rose up to 0.81, but it dropped further? Can you explain this drop? Have you gone through it? Did it strike you?
Yes, like I searched, but the matter was like I couldn't find that. So
But don't you find it as an anomaly?
yeah, because we
Yeah.
increased like this and then we suddenly dropped down.
Yes, yes. So note it down, make it a point, and post this because this is just the end of a grand beginning of your entire, I would say, initiation into this whole domain of developmental discourse. So try to find out what happened, why, and maybe you can shoot an email to Niti Aayog people. Yes, right to the. I have on my backdrop, if you can see, Madam Sanyukta Samadar, who is the author of this entire UN SDG report, and I tell you it many of the times statistics hide a lot of stuff, and young diplomats like you can just bring it about, ma'am. What is the real purpose? Can you please explain it to us? So ask the sources. So the entire government machinery would have to explain why from 0.81 they have a drop to 0.75.
0.75.
Yeah, perfect. Go on.
Percentage of elected women over total seats in the Legislative Assembly. The target is 50. In 2018, we have 6.94%, and in 2019, we have the same. In 2020, it's 8.33%. And operational land holding gender wise, which is percentage of female operated operation holdings, the target is supposed to be 50. In 2018 the matter I couldn't find, but 2019 it was 1.49%, and in 2020 we have taken a huge leap to 15.46%.
Any explanation for this leap? This was to be the part of the research. Why this leap has happened?
Okay.
Perfect. I leave it to you. Why this jump, such a drastic jump has happened? Did some legislation came into being? What actually happened?
Sir, the name I'm unable to recall, but yes, there was a rule that from now onwards, women will have equal share from the husband and from the
Mhm.
father. So
So try
because
to
of
find out, the exact one, because that would,
yes.
because that's a post facto work of yours. Lovely. Move on, move on.
Now there are few targets set by the government. First is end all forms of discrimination against women and girls everywhere. Then eliminate all forms of violence, which is like trafficking and sexual other types of exploitation. Then eliminate all harmful practices such as child, early and forced marriage. Then ensure women's full and equal participation for all like in all of the platforms we have. Then enhance the use of enabling technology, in particular information and communications technology, to promote the empowerment of women. Then fourth, last is to the access to ownership and control over land and other forms of property, financial service, inheritance, and natural resources in accordance with national laws. So this was what I meant to say over there.
Hmm.
Now, furthermore, I'll give you information about my Maharashtra gender equality. The sex ratio at birth is 880 girls out of 1000 boys. This
Hmm.
is the latest ratio of children born in the last 5 years, according to fifth round of National Family Health Survey, NFHS 5. The ratio of female to male average wage or salary earnings received among regular wage or salaried employees is 0.75%. The average wage or salary earned by females is only three-fourths of that of males among regular wage or salaried employees. Worldwide, women only make 77 cents for every dollar earned by men. As a result, there's a lifetime of income inequality between men and women, and more women are retiring into poverty. Rate of crimes against women per 1 lakh female population. For every 1 lakh female population in India, about 62 cases of crime were reported in 2019. Per lakh women who have experienced cruelty or physical violence by husband or his relatives during the year is 14.57%. National Crime Records Bureau reports that for every 1 lakh female population, 20 have experienced cruelty or physical violence by husbands or his relatives in 2019. Moving
So,
on,
so, hold on, So, what is the crux of this slide? Just go back. What is the core crux you are driving out from here? What is the impression you want to make on all the viewers, all the audience out of this slide?
sir, could you like elaborate? I didn't understand.
See, I'm just, I would say, challenging you a bit further. A lot of information you have given, right? This information we all have to process, and we will formulate some opinion in our minds. Fine. Now, as a presenter, you have this power, you have this liberty to come to a kind of a conclusion from this slide as to what, in your opinion, is the state of gender equality, because that is the central, I would say, theme of yours. So, what does these 4 or 5 figures actually mean?
Sir,
Yeah.
yeah. So gender equality is somewhere lacking a lot, but government is still taking steps. So there
Mhm.
is a like hope that like we reach the targets that we have set.
Lovely, lovely. Move ahead. Go on. Go on.
Now, percentage of elected women over total seats in the state legislative assembly, it's 8.33%. On average, 8.46% of the seats in the legislative assemblies are held by women. The status of women's representation in India legislative bodies is as follows. Central legislature, less than 10% of its total strength are women, which is
Mhm.
29 female workers. Now, state legislature, less than 5% of its total strength are women, and in Panchayati Raj, one third of the seats are reserved for women. Then, ratio of female to male labor force participation is 0.44%. The ratio of female to male LFPR in the country stands at 0.44 as of 2018 and 19. Now, could you think of a reason? It's gender gaps in higher education and skill training, and occupational segregation. Then percentage of currently married women aged 15 to 49 years who have their demand for family planning satisfied by modern method. 84% of the demand for modern methods of family planning was met in India. Percentage of female operated operational holdings is 15.46%. According to Agriculture Census 2015 to 16, the percentage share of female operational landholders has increased from 12.79% in 2010 and 11 to 15.46% in 2015, which is still far from desirable. Now, there are few steps taken by the government. So first is Rashtriya Mahila Kosh (RMK) to provide microfinance services to bring about the socio-economical upliftment of poor women. Rashtriya Mahila Kosh (RMK) was established in 1993, is a national level organization as an autonomous body under the aegis of Ministry of Women and Child Development for socio-economic empowerment of women. National Mission for Empowerment of Women (NMEW) was launched in 2010 to strengthen the overall processes that promote all-round development of women. The objective of NMEW is to strengthen the processes that promote holistic development of women, gender equality and gender justice through intersectoral convergence of programs impacting women. Then in 1969, the government has devised Swadhar and short stay homes in order to render relief and restoration to impoverished women and females in trouble. In 2010, Indira Gandhi Matritva Sahyog Yojana scheme was introduced as a maternity benefit conditions improve pregnant and lactating women's well-being and nutrition status, and raise environment by offering cash benefits and pregnant mothers to partly account for income losses both before and after birth. The 2013 Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act has been enacted covering all the women in spite of their age and employment status and protects them from sexual harassment at workspaces in both public and private sectors of industry where the women are employed. In 2010, Pradhan Mantri Matri Vandana Yojana is a maternity benefit program run by the Government of India. In 2015, Beti Bachao Beti Padhao is a campaign where the government aims to generate awareness and improve the efficiency of welfare services intended for girls in India. Now, in conclusion, we can say that even though the steps which are taken by the government in this direction of women empowerment to removing the inequalities between women and men are commendable, but there's still a lot to be done in this particular field. The government has prioritized reducing abuse against women and implemented special steps to tackle women and girls trafficking, domestic violence, and sexual harassment. It has stepped up attempts at incorporating and integrating gender into policy making. The campaign Beti Bachao Beti Padhao to save and motivate the girl child was unveiled in January 2015 and is gaining support nationwide. Women's training and job projects, along with the microfinance schemes, touch unprivileged rural women in faraway corners of the country. There is a scope of now improving regulation to tackle sexual abuse, domestic violence, and unfair remuneration. Now, Women's Equality Day is celebrated on August 26th in the United States to mark the achievement and advancements made by women in various fields. The issues of the equality are pertinent in all societies, but India too needs to do its bit to elevate the stature of women. So, I would like to ask you all, why can't we have this day celebrated in our country too? Thank you.
So regarding the last question, I would just like to butt in because United States had to celebrate that day because even being the oldest democracy, they did not give the right to franchise to their women. So it was after a long campaign, even the United States of America on 26th August, they gave the voting rights. So women were equal in our republic since its inception. So our constitutional founding fathers did not make that issue about the inequality part of it all as far as participation in the electoral process is concerned. So I would now like to bring in it's you can keep your camera on.
Yes, sir, Justin said.
Yeah. So anyone has any questions, comments on Gia's presentation? You're most likely because peers are the ones, because in a diplomatic assembly, you will be speaking amidst your peers only. So So maybe Dhwani would like to comment upon what Jia has presented.
No, sir, I don't have any comments.
We should have at least something. Your impressions. Maybe I would take Ansh to speak, because Jia has touched upon a very important topic of gender equality. So Ansh,
like,
what you gained from her presentation.
yes, sir. So, like, as a topic was that we have to discuss on the topic, but I will be really honest. Like, this was only the overview. Like this was the overview of what India is in the state, but I didn't really understand why is it like that.
Got it. So Jia's presentation was quite high on the content part of it, awareness part of it. On some frontiers, she has appreciated its implications, like two figures when she showed that there was a structural anomaly, there was a slight high and then low, and there was a huge jump. She has touched upon that there was some kind of a legislation brought about in Maharashtra, whereby, see, many of the governments, what they are doing is they are giving incentives in the registry prices. If you get a property registered in the name of a woman, the stamp duty, if you ask your parents regarding that, so you have to pay the government some tax when you are registering a property. So the governments, what they are, in order to make women as the legal owner of the property, so they are giving some incentive. So see, she's a very, very young presenter, but still I would say prolific information. She brought about almost the entire vista, and she ended up on a good note of empowerment of women. And last slide, I commented upon ki Equality Day, Jia has touched upon, but Jia, go back and you will find that the context of equality of August 26 is entirely different from the Indian realities. See, this is the kind of research, this is the kind of interventions which we guys have to go, because Western culture in matters like these, they did not give franchisee in 1776 to women. They did not find the American women equal enough that they can vote and elect their first president or whatever. So it was a huge campaign, and then that is the reason that Western feminism came into being. Indian feminism and Indian gender equality, and that's why a lot of scholars like Professor Chandrakala Fadia, who was the former chairperson of Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, they talked about equity, because biologically the male and the females are not equal in terms of a mathematics sum. But yes, it has to be equitable. A Jia or a Ansh should have the equal opportunity to fight in an examination. That is the kind of equity we require. Equality is again unscientific. It sounds unscientific. The moment we get into the scientific domain, we feel, oh, how can you be equal? Biologically, you are not equal. So the social ecosystems have to be equitable. But I would say a very, very impressive presentation. A lot of hard work to put in these slides. And I would say startling facts, what Jia brought about, that Maharashtra is the second most populous country of the, it just goes back. हम लोग सोचते हैं कि भाई फाइनेंशियल कैपिटल है, it's the most influential state as far as the business is concerned, but it is also the second most populous country, state of the country. So lovely presentation, Jia. Let's all give a big hand to her, being the maiden speaker, the youngest one of us all. So lovely, lovely, lovely. Now let's move on to the next presenter on this very issue. I think we missed Mihika for that matter. Dhwani is her senior. She has chosen the same topic, and let me just come back, because I want to read out as to what Jia said about the topic per se. Her statement purpose was to get an exposure and to develop confidence and public speaking skills. So I think the statement of purpose, Jia, now you have to evaluate that how much of this purpose of yours in participating this has been accomplished. So this is your personal assessment. Dhwani has a very elaborate statement of purpose, and I want to read it out first before inviting her to make the presentation. She says that I have always wanted to participate in MUN, never did because of numerous reasons and my extreme fear of public speaking. But now, as I am determined to fight against my fear and voice my opinions without and fear of judgment or any need for validation, MUN provides me with the perfect platform for just that. I aspire to become a doctor. As we all know, being a doctor means handling of lives, more precisely human lives, and hence it is considered one of those careers for which you need to be utmost responsible and mature. Through MUN, I hope that I can mentally and socially grow, as those skills may have a varying impact on the fate of my future patients. Lovely. Many fail to understand, but feminism in no way means men hate. It simply means gender equality. It makes no sense to me that so many people are saying that sexism had ended. But then I hear about cases of femicide in places like Honduras. Does it make sense for a human to be killed just for the mere reason of having the double X gene? If I can contribute even 0.01%, making a little feel not scared while traveling to her classes or returning back to her home, wearing whatever she feels comfortable in, whether it is short or long, then I shall rest in peace. And this is the reason I have selected the SDG 5, which is gender equality. So let's give big cheers to Dhwani. In fact, Dhwani is like sound. Dhwani ने इस मुद्दे को प्रतिध्वनित कर दिया है. She has reverberated. In fact, we perhaps don't need her presentation, because Dhwani ने अपने इस statement of purpose में, what a lovely statement of purpose she has given. And let's now hear her equally lovely presentation this afternoon. Dhwani.
Thank you, sir. May I present my
Yeah,
screen?
sure. Please share your slides. Yeah, over to you.
Good afternoon, one and all. My name is Manika Markar. I'm from class 9A of Poda International School, Powai. And the topic I've chosen is SDG 5, Gender Equality. The table of contents for this presentation are overview, targets, analysis, and the case study of Maharashtra, and my opinions. Overview. Ending all discrimination against women and girls is a basic human right. Goal 5 calls for ending all forms of violence, trafficking, and sexual exploitation of women and girls. Recognizing and valuing unpaid care and domestic work is a key component of this goal, with emphasis on the importance of full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision-making in political, economic, and public life for women. The targets. The targets for the SDG India 5 indexes are 5.1, which is end all forms of discrimination against all women and girls everywhere. Eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in the public and private spheres, including trafficking and sexual assault and other types of exploitation. Third, eliminate all harmful practices such as child marriages, early and forced marriages, and female genital mutilation. Recognize and value unpaid care and domestic work through the provision of public services and infrastructure and social protection policies, and the promotion of shared responsibility with the household and the family as nationally appropriate. Ensure women's full and effective participation and the equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision-making in political, economic, and public life. Ensure universal access to sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights as agreed in accordance with the Program of Action of the International Conference on Population Development and the Beijing Platform for Action and the outcome documents for the review conferences. Undertake reforms to give women equal rights to economic resources as well as access to ownership and control over land and other forms of property, financial services, inheritance, and natural resources in accordance with national laws. Enhance the use of enabling technology, in particular information and communication technology, to promote the empowerment of women. Adopt and strengthen sound policies and enforceable legislation for the promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls at all levels. An analysis based on the whole country. Goal 5, 8.46% seats in the state legislative assemblies are held by women currently. 0.33 ratio of female to male labor force participation. 899 is the sex ratio at birth to 100 males. 72% of married women have the demand for family planning met by modern methods. 62 cases of crime against women are registered for every 1 lakh female population. 20 women experience cruelty or physical violence by spouse or his relative for every 1 lakh female population. 190 among every thousand persons in managerial positions are women. 13.96 operation landholders are females. 33% higher wages for men than women are in rural and urban India. The case study for Maharashtra, whose score is 51. Maharashtra is the second most populous state with a population of 112 million, which is about 9% of total population of the country. The sex ratio at birth, girls per 1,000 boys in the state, improved by 18% point between 2006 and 2013, even though it continues to be 7% points lower than the national average of 909 in 2011. The literacy rate for those of ages 7 and above in the state is higher than the national average, 74% in 2011, and there has been a significant improvement in the literacy rate over the past decade. According to the 2011 census, literacy for both men, 88%, and women, 70% in Maharashtra, is higher than the national average, which for men is 82% and women is 65%. While demographic indicators show the improvements compared to the national level, development indicators for women and girls are far lower. Almost 1 in 3 ever married women have experienced spousal, physical or sexual violence in Maharashtra, a proportion higher than 15 other Indian states. Nearly half of the women, 44% in Maharashtra, who have only daughters, desire more children, which is an indicator.
Hold.
Yes, sir.
Hold. You have brought about lovely fact, and see, this is out of your own research. So that's what I also was talking to Jaya. That you have done a lot of work, hard work, right? And I tell you, what makes a good presentation? See, our human minds. If just imagine that this is the pace and pitch. If this is the pace and pitch at which Onkar sir might be delivering your classrooms, you will not be appreciating things, right? So try to emphasize upon the facts. Don't make it monotonous. Such a lovely fact you have said, that Maharashtra, this is higher than 15 other Indian states. Now, this is a figure you should stop, emphasize upon, make an impression. Because otherwise we can always get these presentations emailed as well. It is all about making an impression, the key points, and why is okay. What Anish said, that why is missing, fair enough. We are not expecting you guys in your, I would say, secondary classes to really go to the why of it all. Why will start from here? कि क्यों ऐसा हो रहा है? Why is it so? Let us try to find out the reasons. But at least emphasize upon these facts in these lovely presentations of yours. बहुत बड़ा आपने आंकड़ा दिया है ये. इसको emphasize कीजिए. इसको अच्छे से बताइए. जल्दी नहीं है. We are all there to listen you all. Just do that. Please go on.
Yes, sir. According to the study, we can see that women having only daughters, the 44%, want a son. In the further slides, we'll see the reasons for why that is. And a very high proportion of girls still get married before the legal age of 18, which is now going to change to 21. And according to the National Family Health Survey, 39% of women ages 20 to 24 years old get married before they turned 18. And early marriage is more prevalent in rural areas, where a significant proportion of women ages 20 to 24 years still get married before the ages of 15, which is the percentage is 15%, and ages of 18, which is 50%. Although 41% of girls with the ages 15 to 17% attend school in the state, many discontinue or drop out of their schools, which percentage is 68%. According to the census of 2011, women's workspace participation rate is low, which is 31%, and varies widely across the districts. These development indicators reflect the low status of women and girls in Maharashtra. Given this backdrop, the study aimed to understand men and women's attitudes and behavior around son preference and IPV and recommend how men and women can engage in efforts to address this gender inequality. This is a graph which shows the perpetration by men and experience by women of IPV in the past 12 months. IPV is intimate partner violence. The reasons for this are the emotional reasons, economic reasons, physical and sexual or any form. And this graph represents that. Depending on the family size and the high desire for sons, the equal. This graph shows the desire for sons within, depending on the size of the families. The importance of having at least one son, as you can see here, it shows that it's very important for 81 women and 62 men. And the reasons are lineage, funeral rights, old age, support and care when parents are sick. Now, I would like to present a few of my opinions, which are creating awareness and educating people on how we can make this goal work much better and we can achieve it at near time. Easily accessible education, healthcare facilities for women, and enlighten the passion for education women so that they feel that even they have the capabilities of work in all the fields, encouraging women in all fields of life. I have still seen that if some people go on a flight and if they hear that a female pilot is there, they feel terrified that if the plane's going to crash or something. So we should discourage that and explain at our capabilities that it does not matter what gender they are with their capabilities, and discourage leaving it to the females to decide their course of life, discouraging toxic masculinity, ending violence and sexual assault against women, openly discussing menstruation and not considering it as a taboo topic, creating a zero tolerance policies towards sexual harassment in offices and public places, changing the fixed mindsets and denying the so-called need of having at least one son, considering women capable of holding higher designations. Thank you and have a nice day.
I would say Dhwani's presentation has one very peculiar facet, that she has worked on the application part of it. So whatever data, statistics, huge statistics, and she chose to put it in a running letters, running sentences, but she has an application slide as to what she personally feels and what we saw in her statement of purpose as well. So anyone to comment upon? Anyone wants to come in? Maybe I would like to Siddharth to just comment upon what Dhwani has just presented. Any takeaways you are having from her presentation? Siddharth, would you like?
Yes, sir. I believe that Dhwani's presentation did a good job of showing the seriousness of the problem, that is the various like the various crimes as well as such as violence that has been taking place against women, and at the same time she has also highlighted like several ways of how to counter this along with her own personal opinions regarding the matter. So according to me, it was a well-rounded presentation that covered on all aspects of the topic.
Lovely, lovely. And maybe I would like to give a chance to Jia. She falls in your weight class itself, your own category of gender equality. So Jia, what takeaways, what you find in Dhwani's presentation, which you could have incorporated? Let me make it this more pointed.
Sir, the way she put out her opinions is like
Uh-huh.
Then yeah, and everything else was on point. The way she told all the reasons as well. So
Reasons. Good, good, good. So let's give a big clap to Dhwani for voicing out the voice of the women, and she's brought in a lot of contemporariness. And if we all know that the National Family Health Survey, it has said for the first time the gender ratio has improved and women have taken a lead over men. So in the latest round, the ratio has reversed. We have more women than men. That's what this latest round of survey has put across. Still, it is not a reflection of the entire census population per se, but it still is a very favorable thing which is happening. And so we close with Dhwani on this, and now we move on with our next presenter this afternoon on this very topic. As I said, that gender equality is the highest paid topic. So we have with us Lavanya Tripathi. Lavanya is a senior of Dhwani. I presume she would be appearing in her board examination. She's a class 10 student. And Lavanya, very brevity. Do we have Lavanya with us? Lavanya Tripathi? Okay, we don't have Lavanya.
Sir, Lavanya is not there today.
Okay, Lavanya is not here with us. So fair enough. So we had two presentations on gender equality. Moving on, the other topic which received a phenomenal attraction was clean water and sanitation. And this has Riddhi and Reyansh, two of the participants who have chosen. And Reyansh comes from APL Global School, Tamil Nadu. So I would like to, he's a student of class 8. So maybe I will like to give a chance to Reyansh Srivastav to make his presentation on this very, very important topic of clean water and sanitation. And we can see that he's joined in from his car. Reyansh is probably traveling somewhere, and thanks to technology that we can all continue our learning sessions, presenting sessions, even while moving. And what Reyansh says that I live in Chennai, a metropolitan city, and with great opportunities for education, employment, and entertainment. However, I feel pain to see that we pay heavily to procure drinking water. There are massive garbage dumps, yards close around residential areas, and the lake next to our house is slowly getting covered with moss. It is clear that we need to take urgent action towards sustainable development. Otherwise, the future is bleak. I wish to be a part of this journey early on and aspire to grow into an expert who can use technology to save the sustainability issue. Through MUN, I want to present my understanding of SDG 6 and now how to make a difference in the context of where I live. So I love this statement of purpose of Reyansh, where he says that, okay, global issues are fine, but I want to make a difference in the lake nearby. And that is an empathetic Reyansh. So over to Reyansh. We are all ears to listen to you. Just please go on.
Share my screen. So can you see my screen?
Yeah, double click to enter the full screen. Yeah, we have.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I'm Reyansh Srivastava from class 8 in APL Global School, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. I've chosen the topic as SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. The slide is not.
No worries. Hold on. It will happen.
Yeah, so the table of contents is starting off with the first slide would be understanding SDG 6, which is based, and then the second one would be how Tamil Nadu is faring in with SDG 6. what Tamil Nadu scores are. The third one is what some analysis of Tamil Nadu's performance in SDG 6, and the fourth one is the recommendations which many people have put together, and some of my recommendations as well to help with to help boost Tamil Nadu score. um, Ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. This is the overarching topic for the entire SDG, and there will be many subtopics which we're covering in this presentation. But why is this important to the world? 2 billion people lack safely managed drinking water. 3.6 billion people lack safely managed sanitation, which basically means the access to toilets. 2.3 billion people lack basic hygiene facilities, which is like not able to wash their hands, not able to take bath and wash their clothes, etc. In this slide, you can see the targets prescribed by the UN for every country that's like gone up with it. The first one, which is about drinking water. Everyone should get germ free and not very expensive and the sustainable amount of drinking water required for the daily basis. The second one is the sanitation and hygiene for women and girls and those in vulnerable situation, and to end open defecation. So women and girls, there was like so many cases recorded that they in the school there was not proper hygiene and sanitation facilities for them. The third one is by improve water quality by reducing pollution. We should not keep putting the effluents in our rivers and lakes, and instead we should try to clean them, which will like help in getting more water resources. The fourth one is about water use efficiency and sustainable withdrawals. The water use efficiency essentially means not wasting too much water and using it as it is, like as like enough to use. And the second one is sustainable withdrawals. We should not keep taking water from the groundwater or the river. We should like keep take as much as we need. The fifth one is about integrated water resources management, which is basically like let's say there's a river from India and Bangladesh. If India pollutes that river, but even Bangladesh's water source would get damaged, and it would not like we should be cooperative inter countries as well. The last one is to protect and restore water related ecosystems, and not only the sea, but many other ecosystems are dependent on water, such as forests, mountains, wetlands, and aquifers. We should like not we should like preserve them as well. The out of the six goals UN has prescribed, India has made eight indicators for themselves to follow and achieve. The first one is about having pipe water supply in rural areas. This means that like every time we turn on a tap, we get water. We want this in the rural places of India as well. The second one is everyone having an improved source of drinking water. Drinking water is very essential, and we need everyone to get proper pure germ-free drinking water. The third one is every household should have a toilet. This is important because we have a goal of also ending open defecation. This mission was taken up by Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin. The fourth one is to all the districts to be open defecation free. This was also been taken up by Swachh Bharat Mission or Gramin. And we don't want to see people like you using the restroom in the public, whereas we can just get a proper toilet like stall somewhere, so it'll be clean and it will not look bad. The fifth one is percentage of getting toilet facilities for girls in schools. Many girls don't go to school because of them not having proper toilets in school. So if we have a toilet, even girls can practice their right to education. The sixth one is percentage of industries who are polluting the places. Like factories pollute the rivers like drastically. So if they can use technology, they can use if they can end the pollution of the industries, this would help in keeping the water clean. The seventh one is percentage of groundwater withdrawal against availability. Groundwater has become very scarce due to several number of reasons. So and for this, the target is 70, and lower it is, the better it is. And the last one is percent of blocks, mandals, or taluk overexploited. Block mandals or taluks are basically in every 10 to 15 villages. There's a groundwater source. People and the people from the of those villages take water from it. in this slide, it is about, even if Tamil Nadu is ranked number 3 for all the all over India for all the SGs combined, it is ranked number 13, which is a very average score considering it's very urbanized and out of 28 score. One of the most notable achievement across states are Tamil Nadu. All of the states are open defecation free, and all of the states have 100% individual household toilets. In the next slide, I would like to show you Tamil Nadu scores about on each and every TARG indicator India has used. In the first TARG indicator, pipe water supply, which is target was 100, and the rank for Tamil Nadu was number 7, and they got the 73.1% score, whereas India's average score 51.3%, which is a fairly good score. The second one, even if Tamil Nadu came 18, but look at their score of 99.4%, and overall India's is 97.4, so it is a very good score as well. And the next two, individual household toilets and ODF districts, all the states have R100, which is a very good thing to note.
It's 16 hours.
Huh?
No, please go on. It was the alarm clock which went on. Yeah.
Oh, the next one is schools with separate toilets for girls. In that, Tamil Nadu has come 9th place with a 98.4% score, with India's average score being 95.3, which is also a very notable one. The sixth one is industrial wastewater treatment, where Tamil Nadu has come 8th place with a 98.2% score and 88.4%. All of these are really good scores, but then the next two, which is groundwater withdrawal and overexploited blocks, Tamil Nadu has come number 24th in all after 29 states, which is not the best of scores. Tamil Nadu in the first one has come 80.9%, whereas the target is 70%. Taking too much groundwater is not going to help if they gets over very quickly, and overexploited blocks, the target was 0, whereas it came 39.6%. Let's see the reasons in the next step for why the groundwater has been overexploited.
Riyansh, I would just like to request you to hold on for a moment, and I would like to bring this entire slide for all our other participants. I would say I have been going through all the slides, and this is the best of it all. And when we said that we have to compare our home state with the rest, I think this is the perfect slide to show that how it was to be done. Like in terms of gender equality, we could have presented the matrix in this fashion. I would really congratulate Rayan to really come up to show us that this is how it has to be done. It really gives a very clean and nice, you can see the India scores, the targets, the home state scores and the directions and its ranks. So a lot of comparative analysis we can make out here. So, friends, mark this slide, and so many congratulations to Rayansh to have worked so hard to really come up to this level. Please, Rayansh, go on, please.
Thank you, sir. So now let's see which firqas have overexploited groundwater. Out of 1,132 firqas, 723 firqas, which is 64% of them, have overexploited groundwater. In the overexploited, which is more than 100%, are in urbanized cities like Chennai and Coimbatore. In the critical place, which 63 firqas, which is in places like Tiruvannamalai and Tanjavur. And the third one is semi-critical, which 225 firqas, which is greater than 70% extraction, which is which is cities like Tiruvalluvar and Chengalpet. But in safe, we have 409 firqas, which is a very good thing, which like Tiruvalluvar. But then compared to the overexploited firqas, our safe firqas are very, very less. So in this slide, there are the reasons of why in this slide.
Riyansh, just please go on back to the slide, just a moment. I would like to bring all of your attention to this lovely thing that everywhere he has put up the source of his data, and just try to see that it comes from Times of India, November 2021. So he has an eye over what is going on in the contemporary world. And as we say, that newspapers, they remain our, I would say, never stale textbooks. So he has tried to link up this lovely presentation of his with the contemporary November 2021 Times of India graphic. So we should learn from Riyansh the way he has brought this lovely data out here. Carry on, carry on.
It's not moving again.
Okay, it will. Hold on. Yes, try.
Yeah. Um, in this, these are the reasons for over exploitation of groundwater. The first one is the rainfall deficiency. Leaving 2021 as an exception, the average rainfall for Tamil Nadu is 925 millimeters versus the national average of 1,170 millimeters. The second reason is water from other states. Tamil Nadu is very heavily dependent on the neighboring states like Karnataka and Andhra, as rivers flow from there, and that makes some rural places a water source. The third one is urbanization. Tamil Nadu is one of the most urbanized states in India, which takes up a lot of land to make new places, buildings for other sources. The fourth reason is industrialization. Tamil Nadu is highly industrialized. It has one of the highest number of factories in the among all the states. In this, I've gathered up a few sets of recommendations to for getting Tamil Nadu to have an improved score. The first set is about recharging groundwater and lake restoration. The first one is rooftop rainwater harvesting. When it rains in your building, where can all the extra water from the rain go? Instead, we can harvest this rainwater and put it back in the ground. So this takes us one more step ahead to recharge the groundwater. Second one is recharge shafts embedded in storm drains. When it rains, along the streets there are recharge shafts where we can keep stormwater drains, and we can keep the water through it, and we can get we can put the water back into the ground. The third is desilting and weed removal from lakes. In this, as you can see in the picture of Semambakam Lake in Chennai, this vehicle is removing all the weeds and desilting the lake to make the waters restore and not to let it all get covered by the weed. The fourth is the water management system with the use of IT or information technology. That is the control room, and we can, with all the advanced technologies we have lately, we can build up something to find out if the groundwater. One idea which I had was to have a meter that gives a different color if it's going to overflow, it's critically low. And this is the second set of the four sets, where the first one is micro irrigation, which basically means more crop per drop. And second one is the rejuvenation of water bodies like ponds, bunds, and uranis. Uranis is a traditional Tamil way of putting a base around a water body to preserve that water, and we can rejuvenate ponds and bunds. Flood water harvesting to canals. In this is not exactly about groundwater, but it's about like giving places with less water, such like rural areas. So we can, with when it rains heavily, we can through canals we can give it to the people who actually need water. The fourth one is area under wet crop, like crops that use extensive amount of water versus crops that use less amount of water, such as ragi, sunflower, pulses. If we can like lessen the crop cultivation of rice and increase the ragi and sunflower, first we can get more food, we can get more variety of food, and second we can actually save water by doing this, as rice use like, heavy amounts of water. The third set or the fourth set is the steps for with treatment plants. We have the STP, also known as sewage treatment plant, the effluent treatment plant, and the desalination plant. In the STP, it essentially uses the flush water, and we can used for items like irrigation. The second one is effluent treatment plant, in which from factories, when polluted water comes out, they can put it in the effluent treatment plant. It cleans the water, and we can use for other other activities or uses. The third one is the desalination plant, in which they take salt water from the sea. This one particular is in Chennai, and I've seen it also. And we use it. They remove the salt from the water and makes it fresh water. The fourth is step for regulatory. We should be strict while implementing our rules, because in summer times, the law when the government to do something, the lorry people in like urbanized cities, our main source of water is from lorries. And in summertime, when the authorities try to do something, they actually go on strike, because they call the groundwater. A new bill on groundwater regulation is likely to be introduced in the assembly. This bill will help us recharge the groundwater and use it efficiently. Multiple administrations like TWAD, CMWSSB have been using it. To conclude, no water, no life. Visually, this would make us have no blue and no green. Thank you. I'm Rayan Srivastava from Class 8 APL Global School, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Sir, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm saying I have just one concluding word after seeing Riyansh's presentation. I personally have had the experience of having the presentations of some of the top-notch developmental professionals. Riyan is no less. See the kind of comprehensive presentation, I would say, on any of the counts, at least on the first impression. The other jury members would be coming in as well. But Riyansh is 10 on 10. Just try to see the contemporariness from his newspaper studies, that he has truly localized the entire narrative. Tamil Nadu Water, I would say Principal Secretary Water Development would probably love to really look through this presentation, the comprehensive manner into which this class 8 student has really touched upon. I would like Riyansh to just bringing his mother, because she's the only one perhaps with us in this presentation, if she may, if it is not driving on. So if she may just speak on,
yes,
this is truly inspiring, Riyansh, I would say. And from all the other participants, just give a big hand to him. It's one of the terrific presentation which we have seen this afternoon. Any comments from all our audience, all our other participants? Perhaps you can just come in. Yeah.
Sir, this is Riyansh's mother here. This is a very nice initiative that you have taken up. It spreads a lot of awareness among the children, and definitely it has taken the kids a step forward towards creating a more sustainable and a more stable world. Definitely, it is a very big step that you have taken.
Tell us a bit as to
India team.
Yeah, tell us a bit about as to what kind of efforts Riyansh put in and what kind of support he had to make such a mesmerizing presentation. That is all we will be very much interested to know.
Yeah, so Riyansh has always been aware of his surroundings, and he gets a bit upset when he sees exploitations all around. So, and as he wrote in his SOP as well, that we live just near a lake, and when we see the lake getting all filled up with weeds and all, and just in 2015 we had a terrible time because of all the weeds and all the runways of the water which were choked. So because of that, we all ended up in very pathetic floods. So Chennai floods are actually pretty famous now in the country also. So one major reason was that the water bodies which are a end-to-end source of taking the water back to the ocean, those were choked with weeds and everything, and that is one of the reasons why we face problems. So all these has led him to be more aware of his surroundings, and definitely he wants to do his bit to creating
thanks a lot.
Sustainable environment.
A lot of thanks to you that even while you had a family engagement, you made it possible while traveling. So a mesmerizing and an inspiring presentation by all means. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Riyansh. We'll move on to our next presenter, and who has also chosen this very topic of clean water and sanitation. I would like to invite Riddhi Jain, who is again a student of class 8. And Riddhi, let's listen as to what you have to say about this SDG 7, as we all say, and how you can add more to this narrative and from the context of Maharashtra, where you come from. Over to Riddhi.
Yes, sir. I'm just presenting. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Today, I, Riddhi Jain, will present to you clean water and sanitization. Why we need clean water? Clean water is not just used for drinking, but more than it. So, I think that uh, streams and wetlands should be provided, and there are many benefits to communities, and by trapping floodwaters, then recharging groundwaters supplies, filtering pollution, and providing habitat for fish and wildlife. Then clean water is vital to our health, communities, and economy. We need clean water for upstream, and we have to have healthy community downstream too. 2.2 billion. Yeah, so I have researched this all, and this is only for estimated. So estimated 2.2 billion people need access to safely managed drinking water, including 884 million people currently without basic drinking water services. 4.2 billion people need access to safely managed sanitation. 3 billion people need access to basic hand washing facilities. More than 800 children under age 5 die every day from diarrhea caused by contaminated water, poor sanitation, and unsafe hygiene. I really, my heart was really felt bad for this point, as 800 children die every day. So, and this work is more important than now. So, what does sanitation refer? Sanitation refers to public health conditions refer to clean related to clean drinking water and treatment and disposal of human excreta and sewage. Sanitation system aim to protect human health by providing a clean environment that will stop the transmission of diseases, especially through fecal oral route diseases such as diarrhea and typhoid. There are many. Just a second. This is, yeah. There are many other diseases which are easily transmitted in communities that have low levels sanitation, such as diarrhea, polio, etc. Then the overall purposes of sanitation are to provide a healthy living environment for everyone, to protect the natural resources such as surface water, groundwater, and soil, and to provide safety, security, and dignity for people when they defecate for or urinate. This is the changes which happened from 2019 to 2020. Why is Chandigarh at 99 in goal 6? Chandigarh's overall performance has also improved from 70% in 2019 to 79% in 2020. And its launch in 2018, the index has been documenting and ranking the progress made by states and union territories towards achieving and sustainable development goals. An SDG index released by Niti Aayog in Delhi, Kerala with 75 marks out of 100 topped among the states, and Chandigarh with 79 marks led among the UTs in terms of sustainable development goals. achieved. With 99% marks, the city was the best in clean water and sanitization. It achieved 100% target for individual household toilets constructed under the Swachh Bharat Mission (SBM). These were adopted by all United Nations members states in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty and protect the planet and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity. Why is Goa at 100 in goal 6?
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't wrote about Maharashtra only because I wanted to know why Chandigarh was at 99 and not 100, and why is Goa at 100, not lower. So Goa continued its march upwards in Niti Aayog Sustainable Development Goals, where all the documents and the changes were written. So the Goa moved from 7th position to the 3rd position in the 3rd edition of SDG India Index. The tiny state topped the charts in terms of clean water and sanitization. And it's the only state to have met the target of 100% access to safe and affordable drinking water, sanitation facilities, and hygiene for all by 2030. Facts about Goal 6. There are billions of people still lack access to safe drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene. 2 billion people, almost 26%, lack safely managed drinking water. Then 2.3 billion people live in water-stressed countries in 2018. And between 1970 and 2015, natural wetlands shrank by 35%, 3 times the rate of forest loss. 3.6 billion people, almost 46%, lack managed sanitation, and 2.3 billion people, approximately 29%, lack basic hygiene. Then 1 in 3 people lives without sanitation. This is causing unnecessary disease and death. Although huge strides have been made with access to clean drinking water, lack of sanitation in undermining these advances. If we provide affordable equipment and education in hygiene practices, we can stop this senseless suffering and loss of life. 129 countries are not on track to have sustainably managed water resources by 2030. Current rate of progress needs to be doubled.
Okay. Riddhi has been bringing a lot of startling nuggets in her presentation. It's kind of a maze. You have to really put in your concentration to a different level. But then she has got some real gems. The way she brought about that Goa tops the whole list of clean water and sanitation, and how Chandigarh is doing well, and God's own land, Kerala, is among the states is doing so very well on this very developmental aspect. And she has given the applied part of it all, that at the current rate, the UN SDG 2030, they have to probably go up to 2050 perhaps. And I loved one very interesting facet, that wetlands are disappearing 3 times faster than the forests. So more than the climate change, and in fact in the larger climate change scenario, it is the crisis of water, because the rate at which we are polluting the water and we are taking away the lands to meet our urbanization needs, and what our earlier presenter Riyansh took out from the very specific case study of Chennai. I think Riddhi has expanded it so very beautifully. Carry on, Riddhi, carry on.
Thank you, sir. So now preventions. Water, sanitation, and hygiene has the potential to prevent at least 9% of the global disease burden and 6% of global deaths. The
Okay.
impact, what did you say, sir?
Please. Yeah, carry on, carry on.
Yeah, the impact of clean water technologies on public health in US is estimated to have had a rate of return of 23 to 1 for investments in water filtration and chlorination during the first half of the 20th century. Water and sanitization interventions are cost effective across all world regions. Unsafe drinking water contributed to 72% of diarrheal deaths, while unsafe sanitation contributed to about 56% of deaths from diarrheal diseases. Improved sanitation contributed to a 15% decrease in deaths, diarrheal deaths in Southern East Asia and Oceania, and more than a 10% decrease in diarrheal deaths globally. Thank you.
Good one, Riddhi. Quite an impressive presentation. I would say a lot of appreciation of the fact you could relate one locale from the other locale, Chandigarh, Kerala, and Goa. And then also you gave some of the startling macro statistics, the global disease burden, the global deaths on count of clean water and sanitization. Anyone, maybe I can see Oshima. Would you like to comment upon Riddhi's presentation in short?
No, so I feel her presentation was pretty good. Only some it was pretty. It was a lot of to take at one time. That's it. Everything's perfect.
Yeah, I also felt that these are so many things which I just researched. How should I speak? So I just wrote, and you would be thinking that why is she reading? Yeah, I can't remember that whole stuff. So, and I had one more slide. The what is SDG? I thought to first, what does it mean? Then start from like that. But then I thought I have so many research things, so I just removed the slide.
Good. See, in fact, presentation is a skill. When you research reams and reams of data, tables and tables of things. So presentation is not about studying a voluminous document. So what you researched is lovely. It is all about highlighting it properly. Like, for example, you had these specialized facts and figures, the implications of it all. So I would say over the years, you really master this art and craft, because self-study is the only way to devour through these complicated aspects. Presentation is to give a macro view to even a layman. Even if I'm not initiated into the discipline, your presentation should help me take away some stuff from there, should initiate me into the discourse. So that is the entire objective over there. So no worries about the reading part of it all. Reading is good. News readers also read. Prime Minister Narendra Modi always reads from his teleprompters. But then reading with diction, reading as if it is naturally flowing from you. So that's an art which you guys will master over. And that is the whole purpose behind contests like these, which give you a platform where you can benchmark yourself from your peers and then improve upon self-reflections. That is what the whole purpose and objective is behind. So let's move on. Lovely, Riddhi, great effort. The next SDG, which is SDG 7, and which is a related SDG, which is about affordable and clean energy. And for that, I think we have Oshima Verma, who's a student again of class 8. So I would invite Oshima, and Oshima says her statement of purpose is very simple, sweet and crisp. I want to change the nation. So I want to share my ideas. So let's listen as to how Oshima wants to change the nation. Over to Oshima. Come on.
Sir, should I start? You can see my screen?
Yes. Yeah. It's loading, I think. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. You can see my screen now? Yeah. Good evening, everyone present here. I am Oshima Verma. I study in grade 8 and I'm a student of Podar International School, Powai. I've taken SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy, and my base state is Maharashtra. So, in my presentation, I'm going to talk about the overview, problem, and solution for SDG 7. What is affordable and clean energy? Basically, SDG 7 ensures access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. So now you can see the rank of Maharashtra in the table, which is indeed 100. Personally, I feel a score of 100 is not correct. Maharashtra is a developing state. Grading anything as perfect is never a good sign because there's always a point or two left. So let's see how, according to Niti Aayog, Maharashtra received a score of 100. The percentage of house electrified in the year 2020 is 100. Okay. Percentage of LPG plus PNG connection against the number of households is 108.64. Wow, that is an extra of 8.64%. And oh, that's it. Only the percentage of house electrified and LPG plus PNG connection grades the whole SDG 7. I would like to mention here that with only these two grading factors, the score of Maharashtra in the year 2019 was 82 and rose to 100 in the year 2020 because 2020 was a year of lockdown. As people were forced to stay at home, government had to bring out policies and scheme which provided electricity and LPG PNG connection to house. So with this, I come to the problem. According to Niti Aayog's site, India is a front runner with a score of 92, with 15 states as achievers, 12 states as front runners, and 5 union territories as achiever. I feel the grading system of Niti Aayog for SDG 7 is very limited. In India's goal for becoming a sustainable country by 2030, SDG 7 plays an important role. So this is how I feel the states of the Indian territory should be graded for SDG 7. They should be graded in the following criteria. Number one, percentage of house electrified. Number two, percentage of LPG plus PNG connection against the number of households. Number three, affordability of electricity and LPG PNG. Number of renewable projects installed. Back to the Maharashtra state. Let's the
Just
progress. Yes, sir.
Ashima, just come to the
Yes.
backslide. So are these your suggestions of grading?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I would like to come in and really congratulate Oshima that she has a critical journalist in her. She's someone who is questioning the 100 marks and bringing out the reason to me. How can you give 100 out of 100 at once? It's a developing state, and when we have to go so long, so isn't it a kind of short circuiting somewhere? So I think these very initial remarks and very critical observation of hers, they make her presentation truly distinctive. Please carry on, Ashima, please. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So back to the state of Maharashtra, let's see the progress so far. Percentage of LPG plus PNG connection against the number of houses is 108.64 percentage. Percentage of house electrified is 100. According to the Maharashtra Energy Development Agency (MEDA), there is planning of grid connected programs consisting of 7 projects. There is planning of off grid program consisting of 3 projects. They've also been planning on energy conservation projects. So the progress is good, but it can be better. So now I come to the solution part. I'm going to present some of my some solution proposal in order to achieve this goal by 2030. Usage of electrical substitutes as electrical vehicle would reduce person pollution. Substitute electrical gas stove would reduce our dependency on LPG and PNG.
Government should facilitate investment in businesses which develop sustainable products. The government should create an environment which can provide grant for budding entrepreneurs in form of tax relief, less compliances, one window solution, etc. Everyone wants services at this time. Like the government should encourage the youth to develop sustainable products. Who knows, the next better Tesla model is built in India. Government should bring out regulatory frameworks in using sustainable energy. For example, making a regulating framework in using solar panels as electrical generators for the upcoming malls, railway station, etc. projects. The government of Maharashtra and India should now make it a compulsory factor to include solar panels as electrical generators slash backup electricity generators in public places. The government should install solar panels. The states who are privileged to be near sea should have tidal power plants as electricity generator, making it a compulsory factor for the new project to have renewable energy as source. Slowly but steadily removing the uses of non-renewable sources. Have you ever checked your electricity bill? I had never. It's not my job, but for research purposes, I had to and realized how much my parents pay. One of the benefits of this would be that electricity generated by non-renewable energy projects would be 20 to 50% cheaper, making it affordable for people. If people are able to afford electricity, automatically most of our problems will be solved. So my solution proposals are summarized in the screen. You can have a look. Thank you, everyone. Done, sir.
Yeah, I think one of the very nuanced, differentiated presentation, and she made her impact in the very first few slides, where she questioned the very rationale of 100 on 100. So the whole philosophical questioning of absoluteness, ki how we can justify an absolutist developmental index. So I think I would really ask Ashima to write a small letter, the gist of her presentation, and mail it to Niti Aayog. Copy us also over there so we can follow it across, because some of you have really got original voices of yours. Some of you are really analysts, I would say analysts of the highest order, but some of you have really original thought processes. So like Gia in her presentation had brought about, she did not have the why of it, but accidentally or by serendipity, as we say, she really unraveled some of the other 2 or 3 key facets, and which open up the whole, I would say, quest for why it is so, why things rose, fell down, and so and so forth. So Ashima has put up, and this I think we had also brought about in our orientation session, the clean energy, the SDG 7 as we call it, which Ashima has brought about, affordable and clean energy. So moving further, now this is yet another segment which has in fact attracted, I would say, much more participants, almost equal number of participants as the gender equality one. So, and it is a mixed bag. We have 3 boys and 1 lady over here. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Now, this is the most exciting one of it all amongst all of us. So maybe I can give the floor first and foremost to the lady, to Anjali Ajit. Anjali is a student of class 9th. So let's start this SDG 9 deliberation, the presentations over there. And Anjali, in her statement of purpose, says that I inspire to be a good speaker. The participation doesn't have any kind of direct link to my career aspirations, but it's a good opportunity to express my opinion and thoughts in such a forum. So very benign expectation which Anjali has put up. So over to Anjali to present on SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm really sorry I won't be able to switch on my camera. Just give me 5-10 minutes. I'll be able to do the same.
Sure.
And
Maybe we can move on to the next speaker till you come in, till you settle down, right?
Yes, sir. Sure. Sir. Thank you.
Perfect. So I think, yes, we have two very, I would say, vibrant participants. So maybe I would like to bring in Ansh Agarwal. And Ansh is a student of class 9th.
Yes, sir.
And Ansh's statement of purpose is very interesting. I want to read it out. As an Indian citizen, I would love to contribute my mind, resource into the infra of our cities, just not to make it a better place to live, but also to convert our cities in an easy and livable place. I am an avid follower of all the happenings around the world. During lockdown, I spend my time learning about elements of infra and innovation. I've always been architecturally interested in designs and elements and technology of everything, but I'm choosing infra as my topic as we are in this together. So over to Ansh Agarwal for his lovely presentation. Ansh, carry on.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So one minute. So just a minute.
Yeah. Take your time.
Yes, sir. I will just share my screen. So can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. So SDG. So what SDG stands for is Sustainable Development Goals. And SDG 9 is Infrastructure, Industry and Innovation. So what is the role of SDGs? So as everyone know, it is Sustainable Development Goals, or in short, global goals, which are set up by United Nations. And these goals are not any goals. These goals actually help other countries to become not number one, but at least to become best or the better version of themselves. So in our country, NITI Aayog, which is the National Institute of Transforming India as a full form, it looks after our SDG and after a SDG, and India stands at 120th position. And actually 120th position is not very good if you consider it. So how can we grow? So India has 28 states, 8 union territories, and if each state looks after its condition to improve itself, the target won't be far. Like if each state look at after itself that yeah, we have to grow further, then I guess that India will get a meteoric rise. So currently India is the sixth largest economy at the time I wrote the information, and second largest preferred manufacturing destination in the world, surpassing USA in 2021. And it happened really recently, and it is the fourth strongest superpower. And with this number in being top tens, we actually feel really proud. Oh yes, it is the sixth largest economy, but in 120th position of SPG is really not good. So let's see where does Maharashtra stands, as we are from Maharashtra. So as we can see, Gujarat has 72 points, Tamil Nadu has 71, Punjab 69, Goa with 68, and Haryana and Maharashtra are equal. So our goal is not to just make Maharashtra. So like I was a little upset when sir told that you have to pick your own state. Like I would be really interested if I just got the chance to transform whole India, and that's my dream, one of my dreams. So but then I thought that if I make Maharashtra number one, other states will automatically see that what did they even do. So to make Maharashtra 100% achiever and inspiring other states to develop their own conditions. So that is my main target I will focus on. So, but why is SDG 9 very important for Maharashtra? Around 17% of Maharashtra's population is below the national poverty line, considering the population of Maharashtra as 12.47 as of 12 as of 2021. So Maharashtra contributes 12% of population, and so here my target is not to end poverty. That is, I guess, SDG 1. So, but my target is not to end it, to help it. And with the help of infrastructure. Now, infrastructure is the most important and most vital part in our life. And and we use it indirectly and directly every day, every second. Even now, we use infrastructure as our home, as access of water, and even extra information. Maharashtra is the largest is the largest startup ecosystem in India and ranks second for innovation. And but all of these can't be achieved without infrastructure. So what is infrastructure? Infrastructure is basic physical and organizational structures and facilities such as buildings, roads, power supply, and water supplies, which is important for society and enterprise. Without it, a country or place cannot function properly. So first we will focus on infrastructure, which is Mumbai. So of course, everyone knows Mumbai is a very high place, and at the same time, poor people and the top and the Asia's richest person lives in Mumbai. So if we see this, the upper part of the photo, so this photo is whole Mumbai, and it represents that how Mumbai is divided. So the upper part enjoys and relishes the infrastructure we get, but the below part just don't even get to see what is infrastructure. So we will see poverty and what are slums. So now everybody would think I'm going deep into the poverty, but like my Omkar sir, he's my teacher for SST and he has taught us economics. And in that, he has taught us people as resource. And people as resource, he has told that if the people are healthy, if the people are in working conditions, then they can work and make some benefits to the industry, and this can be achieved by providing them a proper education, and proper infrastructure is the most important thing. So water slums, a squalid of overcrowded urban street or district inhabited by very poor people. Now the slums aren't what you actually see. Now, in slum, there are houses, there are streets, shops, and schools, and that even we have. But like, what is the thing that they are separated by us? And that is infrastructure. We get water, we have roads, we have proper permanent houses, but their houses are built with metal scraps, and they don't have any access to water. They don't have any toilets, and so now they don't have proper amenities, and if they even have shops, there are no proper shops. They are just as their broken plate, and they just keep their products on that and sell it, so it isn't just that good. So if we provide infrastructure to, like, 50% of Mumbai's population is living in slums, and if we provide infrastructure to that 50%, and that 50% is a lot out of 11 million people, and that is around I say 6 million people. If they get the proper infrastructure, that includes proper training, proper education, proper schooling, proper hygiene, then they can even contribute by getting employed in top industries. So we can say that in the infrastructure is very important for anything and everything. Now, here is the condition of the Dharavi slum. Now, this is the toilet, and as I mentioned above, with open sewages, many airborne diseases spread really quick in the slums. With open toilet with no water and waste material directly released in the nearby river, where all the junk, plastic bags, dead bodies, and other poisons are already mixed in it, make the situation even worse. Now, this is the dirty water in which the waste products get into it, and this is the open toilet. So, as we can see, there's no proper house, and people have to live their entire lives in that place. Now, if we take example of Pune, I've recently visited Pune twice, thrice, and I saw that condition. Now, there, Pune is actually has the infrastructure which is very sustainable. Now, if you take an example of Pune, in Pune there is a very little slum and mostly good and well maintained footpaths, and roadside shops are well lit. The government of Pune has done good work. Now on roads. Now, whenever someone thinks of infrastructure, the first thing that comes up to their mind is road. Now, road is the most important thing in infrastructure. Now, as I've traveled a lot, I know that expressways in Maharashtra are at least very good, and there are high class petrol pumps, high class food courts, and there is even EV charging infrastructure, which is actually quite to date. But in cities, the situation is just very opposite. They're not well built footpaths, road and footpaths are not connected properly. A lot of dust and uprooted pipeline and construction work. Now if you go somewhere in the if you go somewhere out in Mumbai just to hang out, now usually see there are footpaths, but there's a place for footpath, but there is no actually footpath there. There are just open grasses and like there's no just place to walk, and after you have to walk on the road. And because of this, the roadside shops which are nearby or next to the footpaths are just not reachable. Now people can't just get out of their car into that dusty muddy area where all the pipelines are just all visible, and if anyone can get tripped and he can fall. So this gets access in the shop very difficult, and the same time shops are not able to sell the products nicely, and hence the industry is affected. Now if you see compare the footpath, so on the left is the condition that many people have to experience. The right is a footpath which only some can experience. Now this the footpath on the right is just nearby me, and I've also seen the footpath on the left. So as you can see, uh, shops in the on the right side have all are always are of course good, and like anyone can know because they have proper accessibility. Now on the left side, if we see shops there, no one would like to access it, because everyone knows like infrastructure not good, even inside it wouldn't be not good even though the product is the same. Now this is the Mumbai Pune expressway, and just wanted to show a picture of the expressway. So now we go on to the DNR. So DNR has become one of the largest dumping grounds in the world and the largest in India. It's not about the waste, it's about the condition. Untreated waste is actually dumped in there, creating diseases. Fire getting caught there is very common issues because of non-organic and organic waste mixed up. The DNR slums near the ground earn money by picking up recycling materials. Now people around living don't have job, instead to just pick up the recyclable products from the ground, and that only hardly earns them 1 rupee per day. So the biggest problem here is that it is not treated properly around surroundings. There are health issues in the surrounding areas which don't make people fit for work. And so if we see, I'm talking about industry and infrastructure at the same time, because without infrastructure, we industry just cannot go ahead. In even industry to flourish, they need factories, which is the infrastructure. Now the government has released some plans to make the Diona situation better, but they had a plan for a biogas treatment plant, but of course it had failed because of no tenders, no bids for it, and this is how big the dumping ground is. Now city roads, as we all know, it's the worst nightmare of any driver. There's not even a single road in the city that, or in short, in whole India, that is at least 1 kilometer and it's not without any potholes or speed bumps. Now there are unwell paved roads, small and congested gutters, too many potholes. And so solution, here take an example of Portland, Oregon. So here, now many of you have seen that in during monsoon seasons there is a lot of flooding in the area, which makes the condition even worse. And people have to spend days into that road just to get from one place to another. And it was really worse some years ago. No, it is also worse now, but yeah, but it is not that worse. Like the worst was hit when I was small, and I had to live literally one night in the whole car. So here in Oregon, they have applied there's a kind of road which is known as permeable brick road, and in that road, when the water hits the road, it doesn't stay on road. It flows down into the pipeline, which doesn't flood the road. So schools is one of the most important infrastructure should be schools. Maharashtra has three types of schools according to my observations. Private school, which are high class and have all the basic facilities and amenities like proper sanitation, washrooms, water, canteen, centralized AC, and clean spaces. Have proper desks and chairs, have computers labs. Municipal schools are fairly good enough with basic amenities like water, sanitation, but are still not up to the mark in cleanliness and have bad quality canteen. Only some have AC, but none of them have it centralized. Some even lack desks and chairs and even computer labs. The local run schools by government or just a teacher, they lack proper sanitation, water, canteen, and do not have desk, chairs, AC, computer labs, and recreational centers, mainly made for one nearby village or many nearby villages. Solution is simple but expensive to install. There are not 28,000 schools in Maharashtra, but will not be impossible. And second is to make every school possible to make it globalized, at least most of it or at least at national level. Now, industry. Maharashtra is fairly doing good in industry. And Mumbai is the financial city of India, and Pune is the Oxford of India, and the second largest IT hub of India, first being Bangalore. Up to date, 233 industrial areas are developed by MIDC in Maharashtra on 53,120 hectares. With the experience of 45 years, MIDC observed that certain industries are required to be provided some specialized infrastructure. For the growth on industry and specialized parks, industrial clusters are developed with specialized infrastructure facilities. In this way, IT and BT parks, which is the information technology and biotechnology parks, wine parks, textile parks, and like in late 90s, Bombay was actually one of the top textile parks in on global level, and chemical zones, food parks, leather park, floriculture park, electronic zone are developed by MIDC. We don't have much to discuss on industry as it is almost perfect. It cannot be that a brand in India is not available in Mumbai and Maharashtra. But of course, everything comes at a price, and nothing is perfect in the world. So now in industry, mainly we focus on products, and government likes to just take taxes on everything they like, which is imported. Now, if you see, now we take example of cars, and like I love cars, that's why I'm taking the example of cars. So in India, the import duty is very high, and mostly in cases of cars, it is 100%. You have to pay double of the car you buy. Now in US, let's take an example. In US, a car costs 58 lakhs, but in India, it costs 1.5 crore. Now that's out of reach of most people. Now as of now, I'm saying because there's a electric cars revolution which even contributes to better climate. But of course, there is a reason to apply taxes to support Make in India, which is the first step that industry can flourish. So yeah, this is a good trick, and so here is why these are 100%. So when the so country so India is a really big market of 1.2 billion people, and and big countries and brands don't want to waste opportunities by not investing in India. They of course want to go in India, but with these high import duties, they can just take the losses. So to do that, the companies are required to set up manufacturing plants in order to sell at a cheaper rate. Now, same thing America has done, in an opposite direction. So in America, they have done less import duty so that there are more car sale or more product sales, and with that, companies required to companies are required to establish their manufacturing plants there in order to meet the reach of demand. That's why you see many fancy cars there and fancy products people have there, because there are so many things and people can afford. And to make it afford, companies have to go to the demand to the reach. That's why they have to establish a factory there. Now, even India can do that by reducing import duties. So here is my solution. By reducing import duties, company can only sell 5,000 units of anything. Or even no, here I've taken cars, 5,000 unit, but I have to set up a plant to continue. So this also government can do. Now, third is innovation. Maharashtra has launched MSINS, which is the Maharashtra State Innovation Society, in February 2018 as as a nodal government agency to boost innovation in the agricultural ecosystem. Now, the Maharashtra government gives 2 lakhs and 2 lakhs up to 10 lakhs to provide startups with their technology so that they can thrive. So, of course, this is a good initiative taken by the Maharashtra government. Now, let us discuss why Maharashtra scores 66 and why 66 score is legit. Now, we will discuss about competitors. Now we will take an example of Gujarat, as Gujarat has scored 72 points at the highest. A number of Indian states have evolved directly from being an agrarian economy to a service powerhouse without going through a phase where manufacturing dominates. So here, state like Maharashtra, they are no, not the state like Maharashtra, like every other state are just was just very agricultural
It's
income
17
state.
hours.
And then, but in Gujarat, however, manufacturing accounts for 40%. Now in Gujarat, farming was not just dumped and just went into and the Gujarat not just became interested in manufacturing all of a sudden. They went on a slow process and hence giving importance to both the same time. So, and in Gujarat, agriculture contributes 13% to Gujarat GSDP and supports 53% of population-wise contribution to the national agriculture has doubled over the last 10 years. That has been possible by increasing its yields and acreage under cultivation, yields in food grains have increased from 827 kgs per hectares in 2001 to 1845 kgs per hectare in 2011, which is almost double the country's average. So in Gujarat, the Gujarat it isn't 100% dependent on the central government funding. Instead, its own tax revenues as a percentage of of total tax revenues the highest in the country at 84%. Share of central taxes and grant from the central account for less than 30% of overall revenue receipt for the state. So spending in agriculture and allied activities has increased from 6% of development expenditure to fiscal year 04 to 7.5% in fiscal year 12. So here were some steps taken by Gujarat to improve its SDG 9. We can conclude that Maharashtra has some lot to learn and lot to teach. Hope you all like my presentation. Thank you.
I would say just in a word that comprehensive. And just see that when you are asked to make a presentation, you don't have to go to a PowerPoint or any other presenting software. He has simply chosen a simple Word document in the power of technologies. He's simply scrolling it, very simple. And our earlier presenter said that, when I said that, don't read it. So Ansh had a lot of matter, but he was not reading it. He was feeling it. Because just see, and the comprehensiveness comes from his sensitivity to, I would say, equitable issue of Dharavi. He's so concerned about the life standard of Dharavi, which our other presenters in clean water and sanitation, they were talking about. Even the students, even the participants from gender equality were talking about. So Ansh had, even in the so-called glitzy, jazzy word of infrastructure, he started with Dharavi. He touched upon the other frontiers, and he was like Reyansh was so much concerned about a neighboring tank, a water pond which was getting dirty. So Ansh has shown in one of the photographs, comparative ones, the broken pavements and the pavement which he has in his neighborhood. So I think, very comprehensive, deep dive into the domain of infrastructure. And Anish, terrific. He has come over and he chose infrastructure, but then he chose Maharashtra as a just comparative analysis. 66, why 66 is legit, and why Gujarat, and like he was the first one to comment upon one of the gender equality presentations, where he said that I cannot find much of the whys here. So he has come to the why in the last lap of his presentation, where he says that why Gujarat has a better SDG index than Maharashtra. So he has tried to answer that question. So I think lovely. So Ansh, thank you so much, and I would say a lot of things to learn from his presentation in quite many sense. His presentation compares to that of Reyansh, though on a different SDG, but quite a voluminous 23-pager document he really presented to all of us. So maybe I think Anjali, Ajit, Anjali, you are back with your camera.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so maybe we can give you a chance. So just add upon this narrative. You have chosen the same. So Anjali, Ajit, go on.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yes, sir. Should I start presenting?
Yeah, sure, please.
So yes, good evening to everybody present here. My name is Anji Rose Ajit, and from Pudar International School. So just a confirmation, is my screen visible? Am I audible?
Yeah.
Visible?
Perfect.
Okay.
Please go on.
Yeah, so unlike Ansh, I am doing the state Kerala. I am from the state of Kerala, though I'm residing in Mumbai. So now through my presentation, I will be taking you through the indicators which lead to the score of what Kerala's score is according to industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Don't mind, I'll be looking either this side or that side because my notes are over here. So in SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure, Kerala has an overall score of 60, and we'll be seeing in this presentation what has led to the score which which it is. So the following over here are the targets which of the SDG goal 9. The first one says which is the development of sustainable, resilient, and inclusive infrastructures. The second target is to promote inclusive, sustainable industrialization. The third one is to increase access to financial services and markets. Fourth one is to upgrade all industrial and infrastructures for sustainability. Fifth one is to enhance research and upgrade industrial technologies. To facilitate sustainable infrastructure development for developing countries, and to support domestic technology development and industrial diversification, and the universal access to information and communications technology. Now, before going into more in depth of what is happening in Kerala, why is SDG goal number 9 so important in today's world? The investment in infrastructure and innovation in today's world is crucial for the economic growth of any country, or let's say even a particular region, the economic growth and the development, because half of the population being living in cities, they need transport and renewable energy these days to survive, and this has made the growth of industry and investment in infrastructure so important. Now in front of you here you can see the performance of Kerala in particular, how it has performed in each SDG. Now, for the year 2019, if you see, for SDG goal number 9 specifically, the score is 88. And in the year 2020, the score has dropped down to 60. So in this in the presentation, you'll be seeing why is it 60 and what has led to it. I'll just add on that the main reason why it has become 60 is because of the economic crunch, the economic crash which had happened due to the COVID-19 and the lockdown, which had led to the shutdown of many sectors of the industry, and it is one of the main reasons why this has happened. Now moving forward, here in front of you, you can see the ranking of all the states and union territories based on the SDG goal number 9. I have underlined according to each indicator what is Kerala's score. Now, in the first indicator, which is percentage of targeted habitations connected by all-weather roads under PMGSY, out of the global target, which is 100, Kerala has attained a score of 99.5. And in the second indicator, which is score as per logistics ease across different states, the report, the global target is 5 and Kerala's score is 3.16, which is quite less. Then the next indicator is percentage share of GVA in manufacturing to total GVA. The global target is 25, while that of Kerala, the score which Kerala has achieved is 10.76. In the next indicator, manufacturing employment is a percentage of total employment. The total target, the global target is 20, while Kerala has achieved 2.7. The next indicator, innovation score as per India Innovation Index, which the total target for at a global level is 100, while that of Kerala is 30.5, which is really low. And we'll be seeing further in the presentation why is the score so low. Now, in the next indicator, the number of mobile connections per 100%. The global target is 100, and what Kerala has achieved is 123.01, which is 23% high of what it is supposed to achieve. So it has been an overachiever in this indicator. And in the next and the last indicator, which is number of internet subscriptions per 100 population, the global target is 100, while Kerala has achieved 77.47. Now, looking at the first, which was look at the second indicator, which is score as the leads report. Now, what is the leads report before going forward? Now, leads report is an indicator. It is a report which is a composite indicator to access the logistics across the states and union territories. The main reason why the government has released this report is to bring longevity, efficiency, accuracy, durability, and smartness in the logistics sector of the whole country. Now, in Kerala, the score, which you can see over here, is 3.16, while the global score is 25, and India's score is 3.18. Now, the main reason is that in globally, in economies and developed logistics, the score, the cost of the logistics is less than 8% of the country's GDP, while in India, it is 13% more than what it is supposed to be. So this leads to the lower score because the capital invested in this sector will become high. And now, what about Kerala? Now, how to improve the score of Kerala, and why is the score of Kerala like this? Now, one of the main reasons is that industrially Kerala is a bit backward, and now its industrial backwardness has led to creation of factors such as heavy labor urbanization, investment unfriendly image, and hostile attitude towards civil society. This in particular needs to be changed. Now, for the score as per the leads report to increase, something in particular needs to be done, which is inculcation of the 3PL. 3PL is the three-party logistics. Now, what happens is, I'm so sorry. Yeah, to evolve as a well-functioning and competitive logistics ecosystem, and to have a good logistics ecosystem, that is, you can travel and import and export cargo from one place to another. For this to happen, you need 3PL, which is missing in Kerala. Three-party logistics system is a usage of a third party in third-party elements in this logistics sector. Third-party elements may include receiving elements such as capital and other things which is required in the business to this from a third party instead of getting it straight from the government. Kerala is dependent too much on the government in this sector, and it has to be dependent on some third party, and the government is taking so much time to give the resources which actually require. So it needs to be dependent on a third party for these elements, and only this will lead to the increase in the score in this leads report. Now, next is the manufacturing employment as a percentage of total employment. In this place, the score of Kerala is 11.77, and the target score actually is 20. I'm sorry, I didn't write it over here. And India's score in the same is 12.07. Now, what is the condition of Kerala's manufacturing industry? This manufacturing industry in Kerala is known as a secondary sector. It is a secondary sector. In Kerala, the manufacturing industry has industries such as mat weaving industries, handlooms, and bamboo products. Under the manufacturing industries, there are more traditional industries. It's a bit more backward and non-modernized, as I would say. The textile industry under the manufacturing was introduced in 1881, and it has continued until now, but it is a bit backward. It is using old tools and using they need man for making everything instead of being dependent upon machines. Now, why is this the present day condition? Now, sorry, I'm so sorry. The aluminium company in Kerala, there are many, except for the uh, traditional except for the traditional industries, there are many other industries, such as you have the aluminium company, which produces aluminium. You have sugar and chemicals, which is produced. Kerala is also known for making coconut oil and textile, and also there are many weaving mills in Kerala. Even though it has so many manufacturing units, the production of those manufacturing units is really low. Even though there are so many, they in the end, the output which is produced is very less. The manufacturing industry of Kerala is known to be accounted for 18% of total of India's GDP. Now, why is it so low? First of all, people don't have enough capital to spend in the manufacturing industry, because the population is so high that to get the small units such as land and labor, becomes really expensive. So the capital which they have in hand is less, which they want to put in to this is very less. Then the existence of eco-sensitive zones. Now, what are eco-sensitive zones? Eco-sensitive zones are zones that where there is a lot of natural habitat. So like there are many unique plants and animals which needs to be saved, or which are really required to maintain the ecosystem. There are many such zones where they stay, which leads to the less availability of land, again which leads to the increase in the price of the already available land. So there are many eco-sensitive zones. Now, again, as I already told, one of the other reason is high population density. There is a lot of population, which leads to increase in the land price. Again, the capital is less, so then they won't have enough to spend on the increased land price. Another reason why the manufacturing base is so low is the existence of labor union. Now, labor union in one way it could be good, but then in this case it has a lot of cons. The reason being, there are many land strikes and hartals which are conducted by them. Now, and also they, for example, if you are repairing a plot of land, and you need laborers to help you to correct the plot of land or to improve that plot of land, you can get those laborers from such labor unions who are working in this labor unions, and they will help you improve that plot of land. So now what happens in Kerala is that the laborers who are coming under such unions, when they are working for you, they charge excess money than what is actually actually required. So say the price which they're supposed to charge is X, they are taking 2x of that amount, and that is why the outflow of the capital is really high, which again leads to this low score, and less people putting in their interest in the manufacturing sector in Kerala. Now, what has the government done? There is something known as UN Innovation Hub, which the government has introduced. It is the first such hub which is introduced by any government in Kerala. It is in collaboration with the UN, and it aspires people support in entrepreneurship, and it expects people contribute in small scale industries and small scale industries and help in manufacturing more products than what is happening right now. So this is one such of an initiative, and the Kerala government has also introduced the abolition of no kukuli. What is no kukuli? No kukuli is the price, which is a particular amount of price which the laborers they take from the person, which take from the owner of a place, and they charge this particular amount of money from you. And for example, I am the owner of land. There are some workers working under me. Now these workers will charge a nokukuri. So this nokukuri means the extra amount of price which they are charging from you, and they're not supposed to charge this. And if they are say they are absent for a day and they are not working, still they will charge this particular amount of price, that is their daily wage, which is not fixed, and it changes. This daily wage changes from the amount of work they do. If so, what used to happen is, even though the laborers they used to work, they work or not work, they still charge the same amount of money. Say I'm working in a place, I have done work for half a day, but they will charge the price for the whole day. So in that, so the Kerala government has abolished this, and therefore the landowners will be spending less amount of money on this, and they will have that money saved for other purposes. And now what can be done to improve? Now modernizing the traditional industries. Now, as I told before, there was the textile industry, the handloom industry. It still exists, but it is not modernized. They are using a lot of man labor, and which is not good. What they have to do is introduce schemes or spend more of their capital into modernizing the traditional industries, and this can lead to the increase in the manufacturing employment. Now, Kerala is also known for the production of bananas, jackfruits, and pineapples, especially these fruits. So, if there is an increase in the manufacturing of these particular fruits, it will an agro-based product. It will lead to the increase in the same. Another concept which needs to be introduced here is entrepreneurship. So, at a young age, at a student level, the concept of entrepreneurship is not introduced to the students there. So, many people go to the conventional way of their careers instead of opting for startups and entrepreneurship. So this is the one thing which can be introduced to improve the same indicator. Just a second, I'm not able to change this. Yeah. So the next indicator is innovation score as per the India Innovation Index. Now, firstly, what is the India Innovation Index? It is an index which aims to create a framework for the continual evaluation of India's innovation environment, so that more innovation happens in the country. And what this index actually does is it ranks the states and union territories based on based on particular score, and they recognize the opportunities available there for innovation and assists the government and tailors a policy in such a way that they can foster innovation. The score of Kerala in this is 30.5, while the target global score is 100. India has achieved 35.5 as a score. But if you look at India in per se, Kerala, along with Telangana, Haryana, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, and Uttar Pradesh, and Punjab come in the top 10 of the order. Now, what has to be done to increase the score? What actually needed to be done is a micro-analysis at a state level. So this at a national level will be a big work for the government, but doing it at a state level will be easier because Kerala is a state with only 14 districts. So doing micro level analysis and finding out that what needs to be done at a regional level will be really easy for the government to improve the innovation score. Now there can be establishing of a platform where stakeholders of innovations and researchers can come together in a platform and discuss what can be done to improve this situation. And all of this will help to strengthen the industry and let people have linkage with each other in this platform, and they will be able to ease the process of innovation in such a way. And therefore this high human development and quality of life will help Kerala to be placed, make Kerala a place where it can attract the best brain and can pursue this ambitious goal. And I am done, so thank you.
Splendid indeed, Anjali. You have really gone through the depth of it all, and the biggest impression is the Noka Kuli. Am I spelling it rightly? The charging of the higher wages, that practice out there as one of the factors you have mentioned. And if you see Anjali's presentation, she was so well on the tables and graphs. She was like, it was distinctive from what Ansh had done. Ansh had gone through a more descriptive and experiential, because he had a base of architecture over here, a design thinking perspective. Anjali was very well on the analysis part, on the whole matrix. She brought about the data in the front, she earmarked it, she mentioned it all across to us. And she has covered key on the factors, on the indicators on to which Kerala is low. She has really been able to, I would say, the Y factor, the wow of the Y factor was the highest in Anjali's presentation. So that is the most distinctive part of it all. She could reason out, she could bring out that why these factors are low and what can be done about it. So thank you, Anjali. Thank you for this terrific presentation.
Thank you.
And yeah, so we move further. A lot of grounds to cover on a Christmas evening, but yes, as we say that in today's time of digital connectivity, we can all relish, we can devote these very important days to some of our focused learning, celebrating an occasion through enhanced learning. And today, friends, as we can see, this is a masterclass by you all to all of us all. How much great learning are we having from each one of us? So I would now like to invite Siddharth Mohanty. Siddharth has also chosen SDG 9, as they say, Industry, Innovation and Infrastructure. And Siddharth has a very, very impressive statement of purpose. I would like to read it in his honor as to what has really brought him to this MUN. I have been avidly participating in MUN conferences annually since I was in class 6. The experience of representing real life countries and figures, discussing and debating over important topics relevant to the happenings and problems in the real world is nothing short of breathtaking. It allows me to feel as if I am an indispensable cog in a constantly evolving clockwork, and has provided me with a platform to contribute to the formation of ideal solutions to prevalent predicaments. The knowledge obtained within classrooms is absolutely unparalleled to the vast amount of skills and knowledge that I have gained from participating in MUNs. It has vastly increased my hunger and capacity for knowledge, and has helped me view it as a powerful, indispensable tool which can be used to eradicate the world of all its problems if placed in the right hands. It has definitely helped me to view the world from a different perspective, and has increased my perception of the events and problems taking place in our society, in turn inspiring me to enact upon them. The above statement is the primary reason I wish to participate in this MUN conference, as well as the countless other conferences in the not so distant future. So an avid MUNian, if we can say so. So without any further delay, Siddharth Mohanty, the floor is yours for yet another exhortation of yours on yet another MUN.
Thank you very much, sir. So, as you all know, I'm Siddharth Mohanty from grade 9C, studying in Podar International School, Powai CBSE. And I have chosen SDG 9, that is Industry, Innovation and Infrastructure. And though I live in in the state Maharashtra, I would like to go over the condition of this particular SDG in my own home state of Odisha, from where I belong. And I actually had visited Odisha a few months ago. And like, while it was a state that was really good in terms of its environmental SDGs, such as clean water and sanitation, um, life underwater, etc., I was quite shocked upon seeing that it wasn't doing very well in the more social as well as economic aspects of the SDGs, such as the one that I'm speaking about today, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. The condition was so worse in this aspect, so bad in this aspect, that Odisha was actually listed in the bottom five states, in the bottom five states, along with other states such as Nagaland and Chhattisgarh. So, so that's the primary reason why I want to go over this particular SDG in my own hometown. So, as to provide you people with more information of the reason of like how much of the reason why this particular SDG is of crucial importance to be discussed when talking about Odisha. So I would be presenting my presentation. So before we get into the nitty gritty of the exact situation of this particular SDG in Odisha, it is important for us to know what are SDGs firsthand, and also what is the SDG India Index. So as mentioned here, the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, are a collection of 17 interconnected global goals designed as a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. These goals were introduced and adopted by the United Nations in 2015, which are envisioned to be achieved by the year 2030. They were developed in the post 2015 Development Agenda, which was the future framework to succeed the Millennium Development Agenda. For allowing the SDGs to be more actionable in the member countries of the UN, it adopted a resolution which identifies specific targets for each goal, along with indicators that are used to measure the progress and success of these goals in these countries. The SDG India Index is an annual local index created by NITI, or National Institute of Transforming India IO, in collaboration with the United Nations to track the measure or progress and success of individual Indian states in the 17 global SDGs, and creates goal-wise scores based on the same for each state and union country. So the primary takeaway from this is that before we can start discussing about the conditions of the SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goals of India as a whole, as a country as a whole, it is first important to discuss about the states of these particular SDGs in each and every state of the country, as the states form the backbone of the country, and only they together can form the entirety of the country. So as long as the social development goals are being achieved within the states of the country themselves, only then would India as a whole be able to um, succeed in progressing forward towards achieving these social development goals. So, because of this reason, in order to succeed at this aim, the National Institute of Transforming India, IOG, or the NITI IOG, along with the United Nations, has created the SDG India Index since the year which was first unveiled in the year 2018, and it was created as a way of showing the measure of progress and success of individual Indian states and how close they are to reaching the sustainable development. So here I would like to give you guys some statistics of the SDG goals of Odisha. So as you can see, while it is doing quite well, because in 2019, while it had a score of 58, it has risen to 61, and it is currently in a good criteria. But you can see that while in terms of environmental SDGs, it is doing quite well. In terms of SDGs that deal with the social and economic conditions of the country, as well as those in the life of the people of the state, it's not doing quite well, because important SDGs that are of significance to the lives of the people, such as no poverty, zero hunger, quality education, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, and the SDG which I am going to be speaking about, industry infrastructure and innovation. These are all SDGs have not that have not reached much progress within the state. As you can see, they are highlighted in the red over here. So, and over here you can see that unfortunately, Odisha is actually in one of the bottom five positions out of all the states present in the country, along with so it has a score of 61 along with Chhattisgarh and Nagaland. So while it is receiving some development in terms of its environmental SDGs, it is not receiving the same amount of significance in terms of its social and economical SDGs. So now I would be elaborating a bit more about the current state of Odisha in the SDG India Index. My home state of Odisha, while has made significant progressive strides in the SDG India Index since the past 3 years, still lacks in certain SDGs, as I have mentioned before. In 2019, it was placed among the top three performing states, fortunately, on various parameters and goals in the annual SDG report. However, despite its overall composite score being raised from 58 to 61, Odisha still remains in one of the bottom five positions along with Chhattisgarh and Nagaland. Unfortunately, the state has also currently slipped 4 places in the SDG rankings from 15th to 19th place. Contrary to its impressive improvement in the SDG index, it still severely lags behind in several goals, as I have mentioned before, including affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, gender equality, quality education, zero hunger, and no poverty. Due to the fluctuating variation in its developmental progress, Odisha has been listed in the performer category. The Odisha state government has also expressed its discontent with the with the state's SDG score, as Odisha's performance was not properly reflected in numerous areas according to them, which is a point that we would be coming to discuss soon. So the main takeaway from here is quite similar to the previous slide, that while it is making significant strides as in its composite score, having risen from 58 to 61, as well as showing excellence in several of the SDGs that deal with the nature as well as the environment, it still severely lags in more socially and economically driven SDGs. And also the Odisha State according to the 2020 to 2021 reports, it was actually placed in the bottom five positions. And due to that, the Odisha state government has expressed some discontent with the state's SDG score, as they believe that it was not portrayed properly within the reports, and the people making the reports have not included several of the parameters or conditions that could have potentially increased the state score. So now we would be talking about that, the misrepresentation of the SDG scores of Odisha. Um, the Odisha state government had actually pointed out a data discrepancy in performance of many indicators during an interaction with the Niti Aayog advisory team. The chief secretary of the country, Suresh Mahapatra, said that the outcomes of the state schemes, like the several state schemes that had been undertaken by the state government, like Mamta, Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana, as well as other schemes that assure universal health assurance, rural and urban housing, state food security scheme, and state's performance grading index, or the PGI score as it's called, in education, were not taken into account while assessing the SDG performances of Odisha, and from next time should be taken into account. They said that had the outcomes of both the state as well as the central schemes have been taken into consideration properly, then Odisha's scores in the first goal of no poverty would have actually risen to 50 instead of a lowly 41, he reported to the team. Similarly, in the second goal and the ninth goal, that is industry, infrastructure, and innovation, the state score would have gone up to 56 and 48, respectively, instead of the current score of 46 and 45 and 46 in the report. The chief secretary also said that the government will work in close coordination with the Niti Aayog team to improve the performance scores of the SDGs, so that some justice can be provided um, to the actual SDG scores that Odisha actually deserves. So now we would be analyzing Odisha's SDG scores, and we would be finding out what does this actually mean, in which places or the state of Odisha is improving, and in which places it still requires improvement. Why it has already been mentioned previously that while Odisha's SDG scores have seen an impressive improvement over the past couple of years, it is still several ranks behind other states in numerous goals such as no poverty, gender equality, industry, infrastructure, innovation, etc. On the bright side, it has risen to one of the top states, and it was listed the second highest performer in 2019 in terms of overall improvement. The goal of industry, infrastructure, and innovation has contributed to this mostly, with a significant increase of almost 40 points, although it is very behind other states like Haryana, Bihar, and Gujarat. Goal 6 and 7 have also seen an increase of almost 40 and 30 points respectively. In clean water and sanitation, Odisha has scored a large sum of 86 points, whereas it is 50 points behind other states in affordable and clean energy. The significant improvement in Goal 6 can be largely attributed to the success of the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan that had been undertaken as a measure of ensuring cleanliness in the country or promoting ways of ensuring cleanliness in the country. One of the most significant contributors being eliminating open defecation. Improvement in Goal 7 can be credited to the extensive coverage of LPG provision for households and saturation of electricity connections in both urban as well as rural areas of the state. The progress recorded under Goal 9, which is the one that I'll be speaking about today, can largely be attributed to the improvement in rural road coverage and higher penetration of mobile and internet services in the state. So from this analysis, we can conclude that while it is improving in SDGs like um, clean water and sanitation, and though it has seen an overall improvement, it is still very behind other states like Haryana, Bihar, and Gujarat in terms of other SDGs like industry, infrastructure, and innovation, and no poverty, gender equality, quality education, etc. Now we would be discussing my particular reason why I chose the SDG, industry, infrastructure, and innovation, and I would very much like to discuss it with you. So, in order to provide you some insight over why I chose this particular SDG, and not only this, but also how, according to me, this SDG is probably the most important to be focused on if talking in the case of Odisha, due to because of how it is so influential in terms of changing the scores of other SDGs as well. Because according to the research that I have done, if the industry, infrastructure, and innovation SDG is actually can actually stimulate other SDGs as well. So, like if the score of industry and infrastructure and innovation is high, then it would contribute in heightening the scores of other SDGs as well, especially the ones wherein Odisha is lagging. So that's why I believe it is the most important that when speaking about the case of Odisha, it is most important that the country focuses on improving its scores in this particular SDG, and in no time they would notice that their respective scores in the other SDGs as well has also improved significantly. So as we have discussed already, Odisha has some of the lowest scores in terms of the goal, industry, infrastructure, and innovation. Currently, it is sitting at 46 points in this goal and is far lower than the progress made in other goals. The state of Odisha, due to this, the state of Odisha has been categorized into the aspirant category with respect to this goal. This is the reason why I have chosen to focus on this particular SDG due to its indisputable and inarguable significance in contributing to the overall development of the state as a whole, along with interconnected relations with the other SDGs, and can even possibly influence and stimulate their growth. The industry, infrastructure, and innovation can have a lasting influence on several other SDGs, especially the ones in which Odisha is quite behind. These include decent work and economic growth, quality education, zero hunger, no poverty, etc. This particular SDG stimulates the aforementioned goals in the following manner. So now we would be discussing and seeing the exact way how, or some of the ways that I think that the SDG, industry, infrastructure, and innovation can contribute in stimulating the following SDGs as well. So the first SDG is in the case of no poverty, and we would see how industry, infrastructure, and innovation would influence it. So if industries would, the further development of new industries in the state would certainly introduce scope for employment. This contributing.
Let me just come in. Are you focusing on? See, we are getting a bit confused. You are giving a very nice overview of Odisha. Your passion and your commitment towards your home state is so very beautiful, and I loved the way you brought about a chief secretary's quote, and that shows the level of your involvement into the entire developmental process, that how the chief secretary is talking about taking the goals, and they are challenging the Niti Aayog team also, that you have not factored into some of our poverty initiatives into your ranking framework or rating framework. So are you focusing on Odisha as a whole or on industry, infrastructure, and innovation of Odisha as a whole? Because we are confused.
Yes, sir, I'm actually focusing on industry, infrastructure, and innovation in Odisha as a whole. And now actually I'm talking about
Can we just sum up? Can we just come to the concluding slides? Because we have quite many others, and since the celebration time for everyone is advancing, so you have tons of material. You have very deep dive. But what happens? A presentation is all about impression. What is the core crux you are trying to build? What is the case you are trying to build out here? Let's come to that concluding section of it. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, sir. Actually, the main thing that I wanted to demonstrate with this presentation was the significant importance of the SDG, industries, infrastructure, and innovation compared to the other SDGs wherein Odisha is lacking. So what I wanted to convey is that when the state government of Odisha would greatly focus on this particular SDG.
Can we do one thing? Can we do one thing? Just let's turn off the slide. You can refer it on your screen. For us, let's talk about it, because you have a gift of the gab. You are explaining it very well. But the slide is taking away our attention to very deep stuff. तो आप समझाओ हमको इसको presentation को थोड़ी time के लिए let's shut down. आप अपने reference के लिए रखो. Explain it to us. Yeah. It will be much better impact of yours. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Just one second.
So you are trying to say that if SDG infrastructure innovation, of which I would say your earlier presenter, Anjali made a very
mango.
Okay, just a moment. Yeah, so Anjali made a very emphatic presentation of the state of Kerala from this innovation industry impact. तो आप अपनी बात पहले क्रक्स में बताओ कि आप what you are trying to say in what few words.
Yes, sir. What I'm trying to say is about the the importance of this particular SDG in terms of the state Odisha, and how Odisha is lacking in that particular SDG wherein it is supposed to be developing the most. Because according to me, this SDG is the one that can influence the growth of the other SDGs as well, wherein Odisha is lacking. Like for example, in the case of no poverty, decent work and economic growth, as well as gender equality and quality education, all of these are linked in some one way or another to the goal industry infrastructure.
So you are basically putting the case that infrastructure innovation, industry innovation and infrastructure is the catalyst SDG. If the state of Odisha can focus upon it, the other SDGs where Odisha is lacking, the furtherance of industry innovation and infrastructure can alleviate that in a big way. And that is the whole case you have been presenting so very well so far. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Now carry on.
Yes.
Now carry on, Siddharth. Yeah.
So should I present and carry on?
You are okay, but see what has happened. No critique of that sort. Your slide has become too verbose. So if you can just talk now, you have a very nice flair of speaking. So you can just speak out because there are not very many graphics out there. So आप वैसे समझाओगे तो I think audience will not get fatigued. People are getting very heavy of, I would say very heavy material is there out there. तो अगर कुछ graphic हो तो आप दिखाओ उसको. You can come and share, but बात को रख दो जल्दी से.
Yes, sir. So fine, I'll just speak without slides.
Yeah.
So yes, what I wanted to convey was how the industry infrastructure and innovation SDG can have a lasting influence on the other SDGs, especially like the ones in which Odisha is lacking, such as like I had mentioned before, decent work and economic growth, no poverty, zero hunger, quality education, etc. So now we would be discussing in detail about how industry innovation and infrastructure, if implemented properly, can actually affect the other SDGs in a positive light.
Okay.
So we would firstly talk about no poverty. Like the further development of new industries in the state would certainly introduce scope for employment, and that's like something very obvious that if there would be more industries and companies that would be present in the state, then obviously the employment rates would drastically increase. And when employment rates would increase, then obviously poverty rates would also.
I think the correlation has been well established. Correlation is generally well established. If there is infrastructure, if there is industry, if there is innovation, I think these basic indices would improve. Now let's come to the core focus of it, that how industry, infrastructure and innovation in the state of Odisha, where it stands and how it can be improved upon. Let us focus on that SDG itself. Correlation, we are all appreciating, we are all just fine. So no need of re-emphasizing that. Let's come to that core crux of it, how this very SDG can be accelerated in the state of Odisha, and what is lacking, what are the gaps you are finding?
Yes, sir. So I would now speak about like the targets of the particular SDG, particular SDG, industries, infrastructure, and innovation that has been set by the United Nations. And we would now explore how these particular targets for accelerating this SDG can be fine-tuned so that it could benefit Odisha in the way that it would accelerate not only this SDG, but also by accelerating this, it would influence the other SDGs as well. So I would just shortly go after the specific targets that have been set for the SDG, industries, infrastructure, and innovation by the UN, and I quote, they are as follows. Number one, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and by 2030 significantly raise the industry share of employment and gross domestic product in line with national circumstances and double its share in least developed countries. Two, increase the access of small-scale industrial and other enterprises, in particular in developing countries, to financial services, including affordable credit and their integration into value chains and markets. Three, By 2030, upgrade infrastructure and retrofit industries to make them sustainable with increased resource use efficiency and greater adoption of clean and environmentally sound technologies and industrial processes, with all countries taking action in accordance with their respective capabilities. 5. Enhance scientific research, upgrade the technological capabilities of industrial sectors in all countries, in particular developing countries, including by 2030, encouraging innovation and substantially increasing the number of research and development workers per 1 million people and public and private research and development spending. 9A, facilitate sustainable and resilient infrastructure development in developing countries through enhanced financial, technological, and technical support to least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states. Support domestic technology development, research, and innovation in developing countries, including by ensuring a conducive policy environment for industrial diversification and value addition to commodities. And lastly, significantly increase access to information and communications technology and strive to provide universal and affordable access to the internet in least developed countries by 2020. Now, finally, we would be talking about what implementable measures that the Odisha government, as well as pre-existing industries and companies already present within the state, can take in order to further accelerate this SDG in the benefit of the state itself. So the following measures are as follows. Like measures such as the promotion of industrialization by the government and pre-existing locally popular companies, which would most certainly establish Odisha as a like sort of potential untapped market for economic growth and development, thus stimulating it. Second, the state government can invite and offer like famous, well-known brands and companies among the people to invest capital in opening like new franchises or setting up setting up new franchises or outlets within the state itself, thus allowing for the like advent of national and international corporations, as well as increasing the public knowledge of these brands among the people, which in turn would lead to these people buying from these companies and eventually leading to economic development. Thirdly, apart from support, like the government would obviously support well-known established brands, but apart from that, it also needs to provide significance towards supporting and should also pay equal importance towards supporting small-scale industries, as well as entrepreneurial organizations, companies, or startups, as we call them, as an effort to encourage aspiring entrepreneurs in the present in the state to pursue entrepreneurship and create startups within the state itself by and the government can encourage entrepreneurship in the state by attracting them with benefits and incentives, you know, specifically made for entrepreneurs, such as like providing them complete access to financial services at a low or cheap rate, which would, you know, increase their interest in entrepreneurship, causing them to be more inclined towards it, creating a startup rather than working in an already pre-existing company. Furthermore, the fourth point is that in order to stimulate rapid industrial growth in the state, this is where the infrastructure part comes in. The infrastructure of industrial regions, that is like the buildings, business parks, as well as other public places like schools, hospitals, as well as other places contributing to economic development, should be regularly upgraded to meet modern standards, while new industries that are recently, you know, constructed or under development should be developed with the same thresholds and parameters in the mind, you know, the modern standards by which all things should be created as a as like it is a mean of increasing the stability, sustainability, as well as the resilience of these uh, of these economic of these industrial places to natural disasters, which is quite important because Odisha is heavily prone to natural disasters like cyclones. It almost faces one every year, which is a common phenomenon in Odisha. So that's why infrastructure should also be given equal importance. Fifth, steps should be taken towards making the industries more environmentally conscious by the adoption of clean, environment-friendly technologies, as well as, you know, certain industrial processes that do not have a heavy toll on the environment, and advocate increase of like and the government should also encourage the resource use efficiency to save on necessary industrial resources, which in turn contributes to the preservation as well as the longevity of these resources, allowing them to be used over a long time.
I think Siddhant has really come out as a extremely pro kind of. See, all these presentations which we have seen, especially on this innovation infrastructure, they are really at the level of a professional developmental expert. And the long list, the huge content, I would say, which Siddharth has championed, is not an easy thing. That is one I would say top level impression I am taking from his presentation, and he has gone to the depth of it all. And the most striking factor, as we've been trying to put it across, is that his core advocacy, his core saying of the cascading impact on other SDGs if we can simply focus upon this very SDG. Now, this is what is the most characteristic aspect of Siddharth's presentation. I would say, Siddharth, I think we have got it all, and with the kind of preparation you have come with, I think you can really go on and on with cross questionings, with deeper analysis. But for the sake of others, because we have to wrap it up, other participants as well, so we will say that it's a terrific presentation of yours. And I have our next participant in this very category, Soham Nehurkar. Soham Nehurkar,
yes,
student of class 10th. And thank you, Siddharth. It was a lovely presentation. But you can just go on and on. We have to accommodate everyone. And
yes, sir, no,
Siddharth Nehurkar says that I have
had a few points left.
Yeah, so Siddharth, see, the content is lovely. We have got it, the message, but then we have to put some kind of a time limit as well. So no bearing of any sorts. But yes, let's move on to the next presenter on this very subject. So we got your message. We got your stuff very, very well. We have heard you extremely well. So no feelings of that sort. So Siddharth says that he has been a political enthusiast since his early childhood, and he loves to know and learn about
my name is Soham.
Developmental projects around the world. So Soham Nehurkar, I invite Soham Nehurkar to make his presentation.
Yes, sir. Just a minute, let me present. And my camera is switched on from another device. Okay. I don't exactly know how to present. I don't see an option.
So that's a challenge at your end because you are the senior most chap here. Others have been doing it. So maybe
I got it.
Till you sort it out, maybe I can invite the next one.
I got it. Yeah. Can you see?
Yeah, move on, go on. Yeah.
Yes, can you see the full screen slideshow?
We can see Siddharth.
Yes, sure. So my introduction will be first, what is Sustainable Development Goal 9? So the three main points of the goal are: it aims to build resilient infrastructure, aim for innovation, and promote of sustainable industrialization. So the basic understanding of this, So the basic understanding of this goal is that we have to build infrastructure which will sustain the all the climate change and everything which we face in the future. It will sustain our future generations, which is the main aim. It also aims for innovation in the field, and it promotes the industrialization in a sustainable way. My next slide takes you to a conventional industrial estate. So when you see at a conventional industrial estate, you see the basic things are, you see pollution, and you see not proper planning of resource distribution. So in this you can see you can easily guess that the river is polluted. You can easily guess that the environment in the air, it is polluted. Next, here we see is a sustainable industrial estate. Here you see there is proper resource planning, there is proper transportation planning, and there is little to no pollution because they have, and there is also, you can see offices, you can see residential areas. So that is what is a sustainable industrial estate. My next slide takes you to problems with industrialization. So the main problems with industrialization are unplanned and conventional industrialization, and it leads to severe threat on our climate change goals. By this point, I mean that when there is not proper planning with industrialization, when you, when you don't plan your industries properly, when there is incessant amount of industrialization, it leads to depletion of resources, it leads to, even in some cases it even leads to overpopulation in cities and concentration of development in only single areas. So this problem in Maharashtra, it is faced in places like Pimpri Chinchwad outside Pune, in Thane, outskirts of Thane and Nashik. The next slide takes me to the concrete problem. So the concrete problem is the problem with cement, which is made primarily from burning limestone. It requires fossil fuels to burn limestone, and plus it involves the process of calcination. Calcination is a process where you burn limestone in a machine called a kiln, and that turns the limestone into a base product for cement, which is clinker. This process emits almost 90% of emissions which come from the concrete industry, and the concrete industry is responsible for 8% of carbon emissions worldwide, which means for every 1 ton of concrete produced, a ton of CO2 is released. So Maharashtra alone caused 13 million tons of carbon emissions from the cement industry in 2019.
I would just like to request Soham to stop for a moment, and I would like to say that Soham reverberates with our last presenter, a last presenter. I think he was, just a moment, Siddharth. So he's connecting this SDG 9 with the other SDGs. And in fact, as a post-presentation work, if you are really immersed in this whole game, all these SDGs are intertwined. They are very, very interconnected. While Siddharth took the lever of connecting industry, innovation, and infrastructure from the perspective of social indicators, Soham is doing very, very well on linking it up with the environmental indicators. He is linking it up well with the larger gamut of environment and others who had started off with clean water, sanitation, clean water. And one of the, I would say, Riddhi was one who was talking about that wetlands are reducing thrice the rate of forests. So lovely. I really love this, Soham, Siddharth, the way you have come up, the way you have, and also अंश ने जिस तरह से धारावी को जोड़ा, आपने बहुत बहुत संजीदगी से, वो कहते हैं ना कि सारा इंटेलेक्चुअल क्वेस्ट अगर उसमें एम्पैथी नहीं है, and your empathy question, all of you guys, hats off. Lovely, lovely, Soham. Please carry on. Please carry on.
Yes, sir. So my next slide takes me to the alternatives to harmful construction techniques. So the first alternative is ashcrete, or it is commonly known as fly ash in the construction industry. It is a very effective alternative against the use of limestone in cement production. Fly ash is actually the byproduct of coal burning. So it completely eliminates the need of mining more for the base products for cement. The next is reusing plastic, which is also a very globally accepted method for road construction. There are many projects worldwide which have implemented this technique. So it reuses plastic in activities like road building and cement production, which can be an effective alternative to conventional cement. So instead of using binding products like water, we can use plastic which takes me to my next point, which is graphene. Graphene is an efficient method in strengthening improved concrete making. It is 30 times stronger and is also cost-effective alternative to conventional coatings on steel structures which prevent corrosion. By this point, I mean graphene is actually a single sheet of carbon arranged in a hexagonal form. It is a single sheet of the layer of graphite, which is used in pencils. Graphene makes if you add
Soham, if I may request, like we can move on because these details are technical ones, not directly relevant to SDG part. Because what happens generally, so let's touch the core points. You're just you're building up a good case, great case. Just let's skip some of these details. We will leave it for a different occasion for that. Yeah. Lovely, please. Yeah.
So this is the Samruddhi Expressway, which is being built from Mumbai to Nagpur. It is being used. Fly ash is being used in the construction of this expressway instead of conventional limestone. This is a major achievement. And this is a road made from plastic in Pune by the Pune Municipal Council. And my next point takes me to how to create sustainable industries, which requires, I'm just going to read out the points because that pretty much explains itself. A strategic location for maximum output, an effective plan for a sustainable industrial community, and providing good infrastructure, good services, renewable energy resources, better resources to help such communities achieve their goals sustainably. And in the picture, you see it is the Auric Smart City outside Aurangabad. That is another major achievement Maharashtra state has improved so far. My next slide takes me to Maharashtra's improvement in the field so far. So constructions of road with the use of fly ash, as I said before, Samruddhi Expressway, the state is funding many such projects. State is also funding construction of the industrial smart cities, just like outside Aurangabad. It is also constantly increasing its contribution in renewable energy resources. And my next slide takes me to how Maharashtra can improve. So building industrial smart cities, just like Auric Smart City around the state, will help boost its industrial development. Even when we talk about Maharashtra, we just talk about Mumbai, Pune and Nashik, just those three areas because they are the most industrialized. They contribute to more than 50% of Maharashtra's GDP. But when we talk about Maharashtra, we never talk about the backward regions like Osmanabad, Solapur, Yavatmal. These districts not only come in the most backward districts in Maharashtra, but in whole of India. They lack the need, they are in huge need for infrastructure development, which takes me to my next slide. See this, I just did some of my own research. It is my proposal for construction of industrial smart cities, just like the Auric city. This is my proposal for construction of same smart cities in the whole of Maharashtra. Now, if you see, Eastern Maharashtra is the most backward part of Maharashtra. There already exists industrial development in areas like Mumbai, Nashik and Pune, so there won't be any need for building anything excess there because we need to develop the backward areas first. If we develop the backward areas and take the state as a whole, it will develop much faster than just focusing on one area. It will also reduce the pay gap and the normal, we say the poor and rich ke beech ka the thing. And my next slide is the proposal for road construction around the state. ACR
Soham truly comes as a visualizer for the new Maharashtra. मेरा एक सवाल है सोहम तुमसे, तुमने लिखा हुआ है अपने statement of purpose में. See, Maharashtra, East Maharashtra, you are saying is the most backward of it all, but then it adjoins some of the most prosperous of the neighboring states.
Yes.
It's connected to Karnataka, Andhra, whatever. So what is this reason? Like these neighboring states are quite prosperous. So like this year's Nobel Prize in one of the theories of economics has gone. The researchers had put up the developmental matrix on the border side of it all. So I think a lot of correlation comes over there. It really strikes me well.
Yes.
And I love the way that this 10th grader has dared to come forward and present a map for the future of Maharashtra. So I think this is the core spirit of these MUN presentations, that this is the applied part of it all. See, you are not just talking the reasons, analysis, that's part, but then you are taking the next step further and forward. And I love the word, Soham, the way you use the term sustainable industry. Nowhere we generally find this term, people say sustainable development, but nobody says that sustainable industries. You are the biggest polluters. You have to become sustainable. You have to get your, like, I remember Reyansh, who was saying that if Chennai is deficit in water, let's do the sewage treatment plants, let's effluent treatment, let's make it a sustainable thing. So if industry can be made sustainable, beautiful, beautiful. Carry on, and let's move on. Lovely.
Yes. So the question you asked me, why the neighboring states are so prosperous, in my opinion, it's just a matter of good governance. The neighboring states are even smaller in population. So, governing a small amount of population is generally easier. Maharashtra is the second most populous state, and even if these areas are backward, they are very populous, even in the rural areas. So governing them is a big issue. Even like the state government, they only focus on the developed areas of Mumbai, Nashik, Aurangabad, Pune, or even for that case Nagpur. Nagpur is also developing at a very high rate now. So Telangana is actually it should be a model for development of all states in the country. They eradicated their water problem. They are building good roads all in the around the state, with even some cases of sustainable use of materials. So yes, that's
lovely. Please.
And this map, as I was saying before, ACR, I mentioned, that is access controlled roads, that is expressways. So if we build a road network like this, it will nothing but boost all regions of Maharashtra. In maroon, as you can see, that is the existing or even under construction major highways of Maharashtra. You can see the Samruddhi Expressway, the NH44, which passes on the right side of Nagpur, and the Mumbai-Pune Expressway, and the NH48, the Golden Quadrilateral, which goes from Pune to Chennai. All those highways, they all exist in the developed regions of Maharashtra. So yes, that's pretty much my point. Thank you.
Lovely. I would say your own chief secretary, the way Siddharth had quoted his chief secretary, like chief secretary of Odisha, I would say you would really make a very terrific presentation in front of the entire cabinet out there. What a plan of a 10th grader, really mesmerizing, Soham. We are really privileged to have you out here. One of the very terrific presentations this afternoon and this evening. And let's rush through. I'm very sorry for keeping you waiting, but then see, until or unless we give you the chance to express yourself, and Siddharth made a lovely presentation in his own right. So everyone has to get this chance to speak out. So friends who are just in the queue, let's wait for your chance. Maybe sometime you will be early in the queue, and let's wait for others to make their presentations on this very seminal occasion. And this is a holiday. This is a commemoration of all our accomplishments. So moving forward, I would now like to invite, we have got, after Soham introduced the term of sustainable industries, quite an innovative term. And we move on to SDG 11, which talks about sustainable cities and communities. And I think Adhyansh Upadhyay wants to present it out here for this. And Adhyansh is a student of class 7th. So I invite Adhyansh. And Adhyansh says in his statement of purpose that is SpaceX multi-planetary plan to colonize Mars with self-sustainable cities inspired me to take part in this initiative. And also I love to research about different topics and discuss them with peers and family to gain more knowledge and awareness about the world around me. In the future, I want to join SpaceX and help and help solve problems regarding sustainable cities, and I'm sure this platform will help me achieve the same. So, Adhyansh, the floor is yours. Let's hear from you as to what you have to say about this SDG, about sustainable cities and communities. Adhyansh Upadhyay, is he there? He had been messaging me for his turn and all, so maybe he left out. Anyways, let's move on to our next SDG, which is quite, I would say, the encompassing one, the one on climate change, SDG 13, climate action. Niharika Mishra. Do we have her, Niharika Mishra? We don't have her. Let's move on further. So no point in reading out her statement of purpose if she could not come to the presentation. Life underwater, life below water, Rohan Srivastav. Do we have Rohan? Okay, so he has also given a pass. And last but not least, the most important of it all, I think, let me see, we have Manasi Vaidya. Manasi, are you there?
Sir, actually, my name is Ananya Singhal. My mom's name is Mansi Vaidya, and she registered for.
Okay. She registered. Okay, your name is?
Ananya Singhal.
Manasi Rajiv Vaidya Singhal. Okay, that's a confusion. So, your name just come again, because that would have created a problem, na?
Sir, Ananya Singhal.
Ananya Singhal. Let me correct it in the sheet, na? In the form. Okay, so Ananya has the longest statement of purpose, and she would be the last presenter and helping us to wrap it up even before the stipulated 7 p.m. So Ananya has chosen quality education, and she's a student of grade 7th. We started with the youngest, we are closing with the youngest. And she says that, you know, the most important thing you learn in school, it's not the books or the exams. It's a love for learning itself. I have grown up hearing my mother say this from the time I was 5 years old. I did not understand the saying fully back then, but as I have grown older, I have begun to appreciate the meaning behind these words. Education is a fundamental right of every human being, and it is the most powerful tool of learning we have today. And yet, this fundamental right is often not within reach for many people in our country. Raised in a family of teachers and educators, this is a dilemma that I have often discussed with my parents and family, and it was only natural that I jumped at the opportunity to work on this as my goal for the MUN contest. MUN has been conducted in our school over the years, and as a primary school student, I would have seen my seniors researching and debating a host of interesting topics. I was eagerly awaiting an opportunity to be able to participate in the MUN2, and this year that moment finally presented itself. I have always been deeply interested in participating in events that help me get a better understanding of real-world issues and work towards their resolution. The MUN is one of the best platforms to get a hands-on experience of understanding and debating real-life issues and make a meaningful contribution towards resolving them. I'm also looking forward to the varied and rich experiences that the MUN offers, as well as building my writing, researching, networking, and public speaking skills. I believe participating in the MUN will help me challenge myself to work towards contributing towards a goal that is not just of personal significance to me, but is also one of the imperatives towards building the future. I intend to meaningfully contribute to the communities I have grown up in, and I strongly believe that a quality education is what will help us build the future of our country. I intend to build my career in the field of technology where I grow older, and I'm excited the various ways in which technology can help towards building innovative models in education that can make creating a lifelong love for learning not just a dream, but a possibility of every human being. I think her statement of purpose is good enough to bag her the title of a young diplomat who is so very committed to the cause of education, as we can see in this elaborate enunciation of hers. So without any further ado, Ananya, over to your presentation on quality education, which is SDG 4 and quite one of the most important ones. So Ananya, carry on. Yeah, go on.
Sir, can you see my screen?
Yeah. Lovely, please.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ananya Singhal, and today I'll be talking about my chosen sustainable development goal, quality education. The MUN has come up with 17 sustainable development goals. While most of the 17 SDGs are interrelated, sometimes outcomes on at least 7 other SDGs are very strongly correlated to good quality education, thereby making SDG 4 the central goal that will enable us to achieve other objectives in a sustainable manner. Also, the reason why it's my chosen SDG. So just a minute, I'm facing a bit of an issue.
No worries, Carrie. I would just like to come in that, see the beautiful way in which Ananya has graphically shown the interrelation of good education with 7 other SDGs out here. Something what Soham did, something what Siddharth was trying to prove. So now one point which I would like, because this is a day of learning from all of us, from our youngsters. It's not always essential that we only learn from our seniors. 7th grader Ananya, we can learn even if we are in grade 10th. And I'm learning a lot from you all. That beautiful graphical way she has just presented, and maybe Siddharth, you can pick some of this from Ananya's presentation. And you had the greatest content, but a bit of graphics really add value to what you are presenting and speaking over there. So, so this is, I just wanted to bring about, because this is just a grand, I would say, end of a grand beginning for all of you all. And attending so many MUNs is just fine. But the whole idea is, does a particular experience enrich us? It really helps us to accelerate our very personal goals. It's one part, keep participating in a contest and getting graded and getting recognized for it. But does that participation really help us in accelerating our very personal life goals? So that should also be a, I would say, a parameter in all our consideration. So please, Ananya, carry on if you can. Yeah. I think she has some technical issues so far. So meanwhile, I think yeah, Ananya is struggling. So technology can be evasive at times. So no worries. Yeah, we have come. Ananya, you can scroll down like this only if the full screen is not working well, right? We can manage it. Come over.
Yes, sir. Are you able to see?
Yeah, perfect. Loud.
Okay, so the UN has come up with 17 sustainable development goals. While most of the 17 SDGs are interrelated, outcomes on at least 7 other SDGs are very strongly correlated to good quality education, thereby making SDG 4 the central goal that will enable us to achieve other objectives in a sustainable manner. Also, that's why it's my chosen SDG. The first SDG is poverty. The causes of poverty are weak economy and few jobs, which is because of low industrialization, which is because of unskilled manpower, which in turn is because of poor quality education. Let's take another example of hunger. The causes of hunger are poverty and few jobs, which is because of less industrialization, which is because of unskilled labor and poor quality education. Poor health and sanitation is because of poor living conditions and lack of nutrition, which is because of poverty, which is because of few jobs, unskilled labor, and poor quality education. Gender inequality happens because of poor attitude towards women and fewer opportunities for women, which also happens because of poor quality education. Weak economy takes place because of low levels of industrialization, which happens because of unskilled labor and poor quality education. Inequality takes place because of income and social inequality, which is because of fewer jobs and discriminatory practices and law, which is because of poor quality education. Violence, injustice, and weak institutions are because of inequality, corruption, poor policies, and law enforcement, which is because of the daily struggle for survival versus demanding better from authorities, which also happens because of poor quality education.
Anya, I think you don't need actually to go beyond this slide. You have done your job. You have made your point extremely clear. And I think Dhwani would be extremely elated to see a partner in you, because you have so beautifully explained the gender equality challenge out here. And in fact, you have brought about the most vital of it all, which is missing from India SDG index, is the SDG 17th, which is all about partnerships and alliances too. And you have actually gave a framework to create the partnerships and alliances, and just help Siddharth. He has a fantastic content presentation. If he can just do a graphic like this, it would be stupendous. Soham has done it beautifully well. So I would really like to congratulate the lovely way into which you have really, and this comparison, this macro analysis, this intertwinedness is not easy, Ananya, what you have done it. So accept the hearty congratulations for your great effort. This is, I would say, the most ideal slide of this entire MUN 2021 contest. Carry on. Carry on.
So what I'm trying to say is that the root cause of all these problems is poor quality education. And then to solve these problems, for poverty, the short-term solution would be health and social schemes like subsidized food or fuel or healthcare, guaranteed employment and low-cost housing. But the sustainable solution would be employment and jobs, which can happen by quality education for all. And the short-term solutions for hunger are social schemes like National Food Security Act, subsidized food. But the long-term solution would be higher income through more jobs, which can only happen by quality education for everyone. Poor health and sanitation. The short-term solution would be food security, free medicines, public hospitals, and free vaccination drives. But the sustainable solution would be better nutrition and clean habitat, driven by better income and more doctors and nurses, which can happen by quality education for all. Gender inequality. The short-term solutions would be laws preventing discrimination and female feticide and infanticide, as well as child marriage. But the sustainable solutions are equal opportunities for women and a change in attitudes, which will happen by quality education for all. Weak economy, the short-term solutions are focus on low-skilled jobs, informal sectors, and small enterprises through cheap finance and favorable taxes and tariffs. The sustainable solution would be thriving economy driven by intellectual and value-added industries, which will only happen through quality education for all. Inequality, the short-term solutions would be reservation in education and jobs and laws preventing discrimination. But the sustainable solution is equal opportunities for all, and most importantly, a change in attitudes, which can only happen through quality education for all. And finally, violence, injustice, and weak institutions. The short-term solutions would be to make laws and strengthen law enforcement infrastructures, but the sustainable solution would be an aware population that demands authorities to do their jobs, which can happen through quality education for all. Now let's come to Maharashtra. Maharashtra's composite score across the 17 SDGs is 70. That makes it a front runner. The state has improved its score compared to 2019 when it had scored 64. However, despite being relatively more industrialized, its score lags behind less industrialized states like Kerala, Himachal Pradesh, Goa, Uttarakhand, and Sikkim, as well as Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka among its peers. While being a frontrunner overall, Maharashtra is a performer in the following SDGs: quality education, gender inequality, decent work and economic growth, climate action, life on land, and an aspirant in zero hunger. In SDG 4, Maharashtra's score of 64 in 2020 is lower compared to 2019, possibly because of the impact of the COVID pandemic. A lower than average score in SDG 4 quality education has a bearing on the lower scores in SDG 2, which is zero hunger, SDG 5, which is gender inequality, and SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth. Only 5 states, Kerala, Himachal Pradesh, Goa, Uttarakhand, and Tamil Nadu, and 3 union territories, Chandigarh, Delhi, and Puducherry, are front runners in quality education. In fact, 9 states, Bihar, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, and Meghalaya, and 2 union territories, Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir, are in the aspirant category, which is worrying from a long-term point of view. SDG 4 has been broken down into several specific targets that have to be met by 2030. Free primary and secondary education, equal access to quality pre-primary education, equal access to affordable technical, vocational, and higher education, increase the number of people with relevant skills for financial success, eliminate all discrimination in education, universal literacy and numeracy, education for sustainable development and global citizenship, build and upgrade inclusive and safe schools, expand higher education scholarships for developing countries, increase the supply of qualified teachers in developing countries. In order to measure performance against each of the earlier defined targets, the government monitors the below mentioned indicators. While Maharashtra's overall score of 64 on SDG 4 is low, there are a few indicators which are particularly concerning. These are average annual dropout rate at secondary school level, which is classes 9 to 10, is 13.29. The percentage of kids enrolling in higher secondary school, which is classes 11 to 12, is 68.93. The percentage of kids enrolling in higher education, which is from 18 to 23 years, is 32, and the percentage of disabled who have completed secondary school is 25.7. The pupil-teacher ratio at the secondary school level is 22. Key issues that plague quality education: kids having to support their family incomes, high student enrollment but poor attendance, dropout rates at secondary and higher educational levels, gender inequality with the girl child not getting equal opportunities, lack of well-trained teachers, poor teacher attendance, books and other tools for quality education, poor vocational skills education, lack of disabled-friendly infrastructure. What can be done? While it is desirable that all kids attend schools rather than engaging in labor to support their families, it is better said than done. Having multiple batches and flexible learning curriculum can enable kids to support family income while attending school at the same time. For example, a child can help his farmer parents in the farm during the day and attend school in the afternoon, rather than miss school altogether because of only one morning batch. Connected schools. All government schools should be digitally connected. Biometric attendance of both students and teachers at the beginning of each period will tackle the problem of absenteeism. Audiovisual tools can be used to impart good quality learning if the schools are connected through the internet. A dashboard to centrally monitor all the schools on chosen parameters at state headquarters. Government should explore partnership with private players to improve the quality of delivery of education, just like National highways have improved considerably over the years, and airports are world class after privatization. Maybe the government can explore a model where certain aspects of operations of government schools are managed by private parties while the overall control still rests with the government. In order to improve the quality of facilities and infrastructure, private sponsors can be roped in. For example, meals in schools can be sponsored by food companies like Nestle, Britannia, and Hindustan Unilever. Books and stationery can be sponsored by companies like ITC. Digital infrastructure, computers, laptops, and connectivity can be sponsored by the likes of Reliance Jio and Bharti Airtel. Uniform can be sponsored by apparel companies like Raymond and Mudra Fashions. Corporate social responsibility funds from private corporates can be used to improve public schools. Efforts have to be made not just in opening more schools, but also in improving outcomes from every school. Independent audits have to be conducted and transparently displayed for public scrutiny. There needs to be a special focus on vocational training. It can be incorporated in the curriculum along with secondary and higher education to make it more interesting and relevant for kids. Cutoffs of 99% marks to admission in any respectable college. Lakhs of students writing IIT, JEE, or CAT tests for a few thousand seats. This kind of competition does not exist in any part of the world, making competition among the most stiff in the world. In reality, the underlying issue is a serious lack of capacity of good quality higher education colleges. Government has to provide cheap land and long-term financing to enable opening of hundreds of higher education institutes. A central helpline or mail ID for harassment-related complaints and voicing any other concerns that make kids drop out. Thank you.
I would say, Ananya, I have no words. I think the best presentation of this, just on the first impressions, I would say, the kind of interrelations you have woven. And not just that, you're not just great on analysis part, but the prescriptions you have given as a worthy doctor. You have analyzed, you have diagnosed the problem, and you did the, I would say, investigations of it. And you have also given the prognosis of it all, that long-term. So I love that slide of yours, the second one, where you said that the myopic short-term 5-year, 3-year kind of short-term solutions, which our polity at times focuses upon, but you have given a grid. I think we would really like to send this presentation of yours to Niti Aayog. And thank you all, friends. Ananya, it has been really mind-boggling. And I think destiny had it that we had you at the fag end, at the end of this entire session. And you have shown that what a great presentation is all about. I would say that undoubtedly the other rankers, the other stuff would be coming on late, but I can straight away say from my authority, having very critically examining all the presentations out here this afternoon and to this late evening, that yours, I would say, is the best on all counts. While there are great counts on the awareness part, appreciation part, and the application part, your presentation surpasses it all by leaps and bounds, I would like to say. Let's, friends, give it a big hand. Ananya Singhal, I would say, happens to be the finest of the young diplomats in this MUN 2021. The formal results would be out obviously on 31st night. Wait for it. Wait for the email from our side. Hope you have joined in the WhatsApp group to which we had requested you, so that we can give you ready notifications out there. And maybe we can have a 4 or 5 minutes of, I would say, an open house. We can comment on each one of us, what we learn from each other. I would rather say, let whosoever are still surviving, because you are the ones who will survive and who will take the baton of this great nation further and forward. Because staying, endurance, this is what counts. And we have our youngest, another one, who started off at the very head start, and she's still surviving. She's still surviving this intellectual onslaught, because this is unbearable. This is so very tough. So I would request all of you to open up your cameras and just come for 2 minutes each and just tell what you learned from today's session. I think that will go with you, not any title, not any certification. That's a part of the process. That is okay. But I would say let us all come here and tell us, to each one of us, let's have an open forum for the rest, say 10 minutes or so, and we will close it automatically by 7, before 7, that what all you learned today, and just name, honor it. मैंने अनन्या से ये सीखा, मैंने औशिमा से ये सीखा, औशिमा से मैंने तो सीखा the daring. ये 100% क्या होता है जी? What is this 100%? I to learn that. I learned from Soham Sustainable Industries. He cracked it all. So let us all come. It is your chance. Dhwani का जो passion है, ध्वनि की जो empathy है on the issue what she took over, I think हम में से किसी ने कुछ ना कुछ तो उससे सीखा है. तो अपनी अपनी बातें रखते हैं. यही आज के दिन का ये गुड गवर्नेंस डे है, क्रिसमस का इतना सुंदर दिन है. तो लेट्स रिवर्बरेट दिस एक्सीलेंस अमंग्स ऑल ऑफ अस. अपनी अपनी बातें रखते हैं. और मे बी मैं जिया से कहूंगा, क्योंकि वो बेचारी तब से टॉर्चर झेल रही है. 4 घंटे हम टच करने वाले हैं इस प्रेजेंटेशन सत्र के. तो जिया तुमसे शुरू करते हैं, उसके बाद जस्ट कम ओवर एंड एनी ऑर्डर यू लाइक टू सेलिब्रेट टुडेस सेशन. एंड सभी लोग आ जाइए, कैमरे पे अच्छा लगेगा.
So first of all, there's no torture in staying till now, because I learned so many things from each one of present over here. First of all, I learned from Reyansh that he explained everything. So the one thing that I liked, he told that from India to Bangladesh, or so if there is a river, that thing I liked about him. And yeah, and from each one of you guys, I learned a lot that we have to explain ourselves more than copying what is written on the screen. So yeah, thank you for this opportunity.
Wow, Jia, lovely. And Jia ने कहते हैं ना show stopper नहीं, she was the show starter. और जिस I would say daring और confidence के साथ जिया ने स्टार्ट किया, और बहुत ही इंटरट्वाइन टॉपिक था, बहुत ही अच्छे से she presented the facts, figures, everything in a very, very beautiful fashion. So thank you, Jia. Anyone else? I won't call. Just come over. आपका the mic is open to everyone. आप unmute कीजिए and just come over. Yeah.
Sir, can I?
Yeah. It's an open house now. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So first of all, a big thank you to you and your team for arranging this forum where we can share all our viewpoints and get to learn from other speakers. And I'm not pointing out people, but then not telling in particular, but in general, it was a great place to learn. We could realize what our downfalls were, and in that way we can even improve looking at other people and their presentations and improve in the next wherever we speak in the next forum. So thank you.
Thank you, Anjali. Thank you. Our presentation on Kerala was spellbounding, and she was quite a kind of a economist speaking from Kerala's perspective, and how industrialization has not touched upon God's own country. Still, it is managing a lot on the environmental aspect. So thank you, Anjali. Thank you. Yeah. Anyone else? Come over. Dhwani?
Hello.
Yeah, Ashima. Yeah, please.
Yeah, sir, it was full a very nice experience. Like before this, I had very less knowledge about SDGs. I just knew that there existed SDGs existed. Didn't know anything about in detail. After I enrolled in the competition, I went, researched all Wikipedia, read many things about this, made a PPT and all. When I came for today's presentation, learned many things. I really like Soham Bhaiya's how Maharashtra he made those road diagrams and all. Really enjoyed that. It was very informative. I really liked every presentation. It was overall a very great experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashima. Thank you. And we really found an iconoclast in you who dares to question to authority. क्योंकि जो अनन्या ने लास्ट में कहा कि जो 16वां SDG है, weak institutions, because institutions are weak because we fail to speak out, we fail to bring about our own honest views and opinions based on facts and figures. You were the one who challenged the existing order, and this is the spirit I think we all learned from you. Apart from other things aside, that is the takeaway from your presentation, I would like to say. Yeah. Dhwani, would you like to comment?
So can I tell something?
Yes, sir. So may I?
Yeah, Dhwani.
I did learn a lot from everybody, how to speak and even how to present the data in a way, and just being simply passionate about that topic and learning more and more. And I liked how Ananya presented a way and linked all the SDGs and ended with that all of them somehow start with the core, which is education. And it was a really enlightening experience for me. And I hope that we can do this again sometime.
Thank you. And Dhoni, passion is the start of it all, I tell you. See, presentations are built on passion alone. So your passion for your very SDG, your passion for whatever you believe, you said in your statement of purpose, you want to become a doctor. And every bit of your presentation was reverberating. You were so sincere. You were so honest. And that is what take each one of us to the highest echelons, to whatever we aspire for. So don't miss out on that part. We all learned, in fact, in particular from you, your passion, your sincerity, your dedication. It was terrific. So thank you so much, Dhwani, for being a part of today's
conversation. Can I tell something?
Yeah, who?
Sir, Riyansh.
Yeah, Riyansh, come over, please.
So, first of all, the whole experience is really great, and this is a good initiative, and everyone did really well. And I learned a lot as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Riyansh. Thank you so much. And we loved you traveling and participating. So, so technology has made us 24/7 learners, and this entire engagement has got exponentiated. We can attend to our various other engagements and still be a part of the learning, the partnerships and alliances which we can develop out of it. And we really learned a lot, Riyansh, especially your contemporariness. The way you quoted the sources and the way that your research was coming from the national dailies, I think that was terrific. And I would say to each one of you who are really serious about your careers, not just in, futuristic careers would be interdisciplinary. It doesn't matter whether you become an economics graduate or you go for other sciences or management. Everything converges together when you really come to that level. So make newspapers a part of your daily reading, daily studying, I would rather say. And that is what Riyansh is a testimony of it all. And empathy, we can see in him, closeness to his locales. See, वो कहते हैं ना कि बहुत बड़ी बड़ी बातें करना अच्छी बात है, पर क्या मैं अपने घर के बगल के, क्या मैं अपने घर के किसी व्यक्ति का, can we make a difference somewhere or the other? Because from that we can extrapolate ourselves to the whole universe, because it's all connected after all. So thank you so much, Riyansh, for inspiring us that eighth grade student has so much of passion. I would say your presentation surpasses many of the pros who might be having their doctorals, who might be working for big short consulting corporations, but when they come to the actual ground zero,
thank you so
their
much.
Presentations are nowhere in comparison to what you have really presented, and we would make it a point. We would in fact be requesting you all that you have still a chance to work upon your presentations till 31st. Do it and send it across to us to editor@rethinkindia.in. We will be creating your specific web pages on our official portal. And many of your presentations whom we really see, like Soham, like Riyansh, we would be writing to the concerned authorities that make these presentations a part of your developmental narrative. They have some points to learn upon. So do send us by 31st midnight. That's your additional chance. Improve upon these presentations. And if possible,
Where to send these?
Editor@rethinkindia.in.
Sir, can you put it on the WhatsApp, can you send it to everybody on their personal messages, so that send it later?
Can you send it right now in the chat?
No. I'm saying a very specific thing. Let's not intervene. We will send a mail to that effect. I said by 31st.
Okay, sir.
improve upon your presentations further. 31st midnight, you can send it across. We don't have the administrative capacity to accept these presentations here. So for our records, send it across to editor@rethinkindia.in, so that when we are creating your very personal pages, so we will be, I would say, incorporating your presentations there on those web pages and taking reference to it. Riddhi, you would like to come in?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Riyansh. Thank you so much. Yeah, Riddhi, you would like to speak? Siddharth?
Sir, could I say something?
Yeah, Ananya, I will just take you because you were the last presenter. So I will take you at the close of it all. Yeah. Siddharth, would you like to? Riddhi wants to speak.
I just wanted to say that it was a great experience as I didn't knew about SG at all. Then it was a new thing. So new experience.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Siddharth.
Yes, sir. I would just like to say that, like, out of all the other MUNs that I have attended, this was certainly a unique one, because while there you would just continue on speaking and speaking till like your throat gets sore. Here, actually, you get a chance to just relax, and then also like calmly listen to the various useful points on the agenda that the other delegates have to say, and then you can just easily all take it in, and you can form your own points about it while speaking your own points as well. So it was like a really unique and really knowledgeable and educative experience. So I
Great,
certainly
Siddharth, and you had the greatest depth of the content, I would say. Your presentation was like the encyclopedia of the SDG what you had chosen. And encyclopedias cannot be devoured in such a short time. And so lovely. And you were the one, अनन्या ने तो उसको ग्राफिकली दिखाया, पर आपने उसको जो इंटररिलेशन की बात है, it all started with you. The way you linked that industry, infrastructure and innovation is the crux of it all. Like the way Ananya has said that quality education is the crux of it all. So I think these are both clusters which are there in this universe of 17 SDGs. And you really make two distinctive components of it, the human resource part of it and the physical resource part of it. You both have really tackled this issue from that first principles, from that very integrated approach. So many thanks to you, Siddharth. And I really loved that chief secretary wala conversation जो आपने अपने उसमें डाला था. It was so terrific, so lively. You made it really, I would say, awe-inspiring. मैंने जो आपसे बात कही कि आप 31st तक विचारो अपनी presentations को, because this entire recording is on our YouTube link. I have shared it with you. And try to incorporate as much as possible in your presentation. See, this presentation will become your digital portfolio for life. आप इसको आगे तक लेकर जाओगे, so that is what I am saying, कि make it a part of it, improve upon it. You have learned from each other, put that learning into action. Now, last but not the least, Ananya, I would say the showstopper. The show starter was Jia. The showstopper was Ananya. Ananya.
Yes, sir. So I have always liked the concept of MUN, where the issues of global importance are discussed really thoroughly. But this is the first time I've actually participated in the MUN, and I really enjoyed it. So I got to learn about the different SDGs, and I really learned a lot. So thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Ananya. Thank you so much. So finally, we come to the conclusion of MUN 2021. Accelerating the India SDG index, and I would say each and every presentation was stellar, stupendous, spellbound in all ways. And obviously there is always a way of improvement. Stalwarts, maestros, they even the MS Subbulakshmis of the world, even after having such a melodious command, they used to do rehearsals each and every day. So it all keeps on improving. But the spirit of participation is what is so very important, very thorough at a level of, I would say, less than grade 10s. You are all 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th graders, and the way you have presented, it's really awe-inspiring. Our education, our country is in really good hands, good future leaders you are. 31st of December, we will try to release. We won't be distinguishing a linear Bata shoe company wala style. You all have done a great work. We'll be releasing a kind of a differential outcome of it all. Do submit your presentations after working a bit more. There is a lot of improvements which you guys can. I am coming to you, Jia. And by 31st December midnight, and the formal felicitations of you all we will be doing in a gala ceremony on the National Youth Day, January the 12th. And be there. We will try to have a towards the evening time. And we would really implore you that do be there with your parents. Because parents have to know what you guys are actually up to. See, just a report card, just a award doesn't make the sense. You try to make your parents block your calendars from your extremely busy schedules and do be with them. We will be sending all the invitations through, I would say, all the email communications at all. Gia, you had a question. We can take that and we can close it. Yeah.
Sir, this thing that you told to where I didn't understand, where to submit it?
I said email it to, let me write it down in the chat box.
And sir, what are we going to do on National Youth Day?
Your felicitations. You would be awarded the citations, your certifications of participation with your scorecards on this. So today was the presentation day. So you can email your presentations.
Wait, for the National Youth Day, you'll be giving the information, right, later? About like...
Yeah, we will send you the communications regarding that on the emails. So thank you so much for being a part of MUN 2021, which was all about assessing and accelerating the SDG India Index. So it was a lovely session today with you all. So we close today's proceedings now, and all the communications we will be there on emails and on the WhatsApp groups, the designated ones which we have sent it across to you. Thank you so much, and have a Merry Christmas and have a very happy and happening New Year. Yeah, thank you so much.